Hello and welcome to the Irish Political Roundup with me, Roisin Cleere.
And me, Paul Brophy. And we're delighted today to be joined here at Kilkenny Town Centre with local Thomastown man, Paddy Manning, who's going to be with us for the day, being our political analyst. Paddy, delighted to have you. You know, interesting stuff happening today.
Yeah, it's like the Irish Hunger Games. A few people have been killed off already, and we're just waiting to see who wins.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah,
all to play for.
Yeah,
exactly.
And we're tallying here now at the moment, so it's keeping an eye on everything.
And it's incredible. There's like whopping 50 candidates running for 24 seats, and I believe 21 of the 24 incumbent councillors are running. So, you know, all to play for, Paddy.
Yeah, and then we have a few retirees. There's a few people standing down. I think it might be the first time in decades we haven't got an Elward down in South Kilkenny.
Yeah, absolutely.
We miss Bobby. Bobby.
Yeah.
Since the last election, Bobby Elward, former TD, has passed away, which is condolences to his family.
Absolutely, and we've had some rough tallies in already. You know, very rough.
Rough is the word.
Yeah, rough.
Rough is the word.
Serious health warning is what I'd say to people.
Yeah.
So how are we doing on the tallies, gentlemen?
Good question. For the reason I'm hesitating is because there was a bit of a mix-up with the tallies earlier. Talliers were told that Callan-Thomastown was going to be, they were the first boxes to be opened. So they had all their sheets ready to go, ready to rock, and then boom.
Look at that camera. I say hello to everyone.
This is the delightful Anne Coonan, whose husband John is a sitting councillor in Kilkenny City, and we're wishing John and all the Coonans the very best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
So yeah.
And it's lovely to meet the local people and the people behind the scenes here at the count. And we're live, and this is what happens when we're live. That puts in the added extra of the count here, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and that's the great thing about Roisin. This is live. You know, we have tallies here, and just for our listeners out there, a tally is not a final count. It is just an estimate, which we're going to explain during the course of the programme. But anything can happen. Would you agree with that, Paddy?
As we were saying about the tallies earlier, sorry, got cut off there, but the wrong boxes were open. They were told Callan-Thomastown was coming up, and then the Comer district boxes were open. So all the tally sheets for Thomastown and Callan were disregarded. They scrambled to get the Comer tally sheets. So there's both missed. So that's why the health warning is in place for the Comer district.
Major health warning.
And we just want to wish Daniel Burke a very happy birthday for tomorrow. It's his birthday tomorrow. He told me a happy birthday for Daniel Burke tomorrow.
He's 27. He looks 57, but he's only 27.
Daniel, of course, is running for Independent Ireland in the Castlecomer electoral area, and we're going to go through all the candidates and all the electoral areas during the course of the programme as well. So stay tuned, hit that like button, and you'll get the notifications, and you'll be straight into us here live on the Irish Political Roundup live on YouTube Live.
And, you know, Paddy, we are really happy to have you. We've known one another sort of distantly for years, and you know, you're really good at the numbers and the tallies and the political analysts, and so we're really grateful to have you.
Yeah, I wouldn't go overly.
You're being modest.
I'm going to be modest, just because every prediction I've ever made has been wrong. But again, it's all based on figures, and then the figures throw me.
Yeah, exactly.
I think last time I read my analysis of the last local elections of 2019, and based on the Sinn Féin numbers back then, I figured Kathleen Function might struggle to get a seat. They got 2,600 votes-ish across County Kilkenny. The general election came about 8 months later, and she got 17,000 votes. So
so it's just
don't know.
the voters made a liar of me. That was
yeah.
But that's what it's all about. And the thing I love about the tally is you expect the unexpected.
Yeah,
and that's great.
It is, that is what it's all about, Roisin, and the political activists they are tallying like mad, and we're going to, as I said, we're going to explain what a tally is, how it operates in later on in the programme as well. So just, you know, people are talking about tallies and people may not have heard of them. What is a tally? We're more than happy to explain that.
And too, we just would like to thank the Kilkenny County Council for granting us the for granting us the media accreditation here for the Kilkenny and Cancer Centre. I'm thinking medical, I'm thinking my daughter. So I tell you, this is live, but we'd like to thank the Kilkenny County Council for granting us the media accreditation. And
Absolutely. And there's also a lot of other people in the background who went out and battled for us, and we really do appreciate that. They know who they are, so we'd like to say thank you from the bottom of our heart.
so it's been a really, really, really eventful year, Paul. And we're also lucky that, we started 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago, 2 years in September, so we'll have our 2 year anniversary in September, and
September the 17th.
yeah, who knows, I remember we were chatting earlier on, Roisin, we were saying like we should get on some of our favourite people we've had over the last 2 years, so stay tuned for that.
Maybe we'll have a live event, Paul.
Yeah, you never know. You never
Yes,
know.
you never know.
Yeah, never know.
And Polly, so what is happening in the background? Maybe you and Paul will explain to our viewers and listeners what is a tally, who tallies, and how does it work?
Yeah, and we should have a PowerPoint as well to explain what a tally is, and that'll be just up in a moment. So if people just want to just look behind me, see all these people here, they're tallying away. Of course, a tally potty, it's not a count, it's an estimate. And there's two things going on here. They're sorting more so. You have both local election ballots and we have European election ballots as well. And of course, Kilkenny, where we are, is in Ireland South, which is a 5-seater in the European Parliament. And so those votes are being sorted, and they're going to be packed and sent off to Cork later on as well.
Essentially what it is a cross-party estimate. People are watching the ballots being unfolded, and when the ballot's unfolded and placed in front of them, they just mark down whatever the first preference is. They don't look at the seconds or thirds, or they might look at them, but they won't mark them down. And at the end of every box, you'll have a very rough guide of how many number ones are in that box for that area. So you'll know, say, box 33 in the Castlecomer district is Gore's Bridge. So you know roughly who won the Gore's Bridge box. Dennis Hines won that.
Yeah.
But off the top of my head. But that's what tally is. All the sheets are then gathered with runners. They're fed into a control room, input into the system, and then by the end of it, you know
Exactly, and
how it's going to go roughly.
And a tally potty is a great way for political parties to get a snapshot of where their vote is at a particular time in.
Correct.
Where
You
we are at the
know
moment.
the runners and riders before the first count takes place.
And I suppose, Paddy, as well, these local elections are going to be interesting in a sense that as well, because a general election is not going to be too far around the corner then. So a lot of potential Dáil candidates are going to be coming from the Kilkenny County Council, and who knows, if Kathleen Function of Sinn Féin gets elected to Europe, that could that's going to lead to a by-election probably in November, December, or will the government say sod your by-elections and go straight to general election?
If you have a few by-elections around the country, I haven't looked at how many TDs are running. I know Kathleen is running for Europe, so if she gets elected, we'll be due one here.
Yeah.
Within 6 months of
Exactly.
resignation, I think it is.
And as you can see on our screen now, the talliers, they have a particular way of marking the tallies. They're using what's called a legend format. So as you can see on your screen there, you have 4 lines and a mark through it. So 4 lines, probably that represent 5 votes for that particular candidate. So
4 lines and I'm scratched through.
4 lines and a scratch through. That represents 5 votes. So when that box is fully emptied, the tallier, so you have one person spotting, one person marking, and they will mark up. They'll count all the 5 votes they have, and then they said then that will be given to Pat O'Neill, who's the tally master.
Master is the word.
Tally master extraordinaire. He's a genius when it comes to that. Of course, Pat O'Neill is a former Fine Gael senator here in Kilkenny, and his son Patrick O'Neill is an outgoing Fine Gael councillor, and he's not contesting this election.
And he's dead right. What an awful job.
Absolutely.
I don't know how people do
And
it.
Paul, you taught me how to tally many, many years
Yeah.
ago, Paul. When we were both in the Labour Party way
That's
back
right.
in the day, we were tally partners, and you taught me how to
Yeah,
tally.
I think because we were inexperienced, Roisin, they had us tallying the Europeans.
Yeah.
Because, as we said, the Europeans are just going to be sorted and sent straight to Cork. So that's why they will put in experienced talliers, maybe tallying the Europeans, or they might put an experienced tallier with an inexperienced tallier or stuff like that.
They are tallying the Europe ballot papers here sporadically, which I don't understand why, because you're not getting an overall snapshot of who's in charge. You're looking at one or two ballot papers.
Yeah.
It's a strange one, but I would have
And there's an
imagined
absolute,
that everyone would have focused on the
and as
locals
in-
and got them.
as I mentioned earlier on, apologies for interrupting you in flow there.
We'll fight about it later.
Oh yeah, absolutely, we'll fight. But there's a savage amount of candidates running in for Kilkenny County Council. There's 50 candidates for 24 seats. So
Now, there's not a lot in. It's mostly a city where these.
yeah, there's
candidates
20
are.
candidates
You've
in
nine
Kilkenny City, which is
You've 9 for 6 in Callan-Thomastown and you've 9 for 6 in Castlecomer. I'm
Yeah.
not sure about Piltown off the top of my head.
12 going for 5.
12
Yeah.
for 5, which is more. But like the numbers are in Kilkenny. And
Yeah.
you'd imagine that some of those, I don't want to say fringe, that's expected. You'd imagine some of the lesser known candidates will be eliminated fairly early on. And
Yes,
then you'll
yes,
have
yes.
a less
Kilkenny
crowded
City
field.
Count. Kilkenny City Count could go on. That could go on until Monday. I hope not too. Yeah.
That's good work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Very, very long Saturday and Saturday night and a Sunday as well. You know, if we could be up here until late tomorrow night.
Historically, the count centres in Kilkenny have been horrifically slow.
Yeah.
Years. So we're hoping now we have a new returning officer that this might be a little quicker.
Yes.
I'm hoping it'll be a little
Yeah.
quicker now.
Well, you'd be hoping Castlecomer, Callan-Thomastown, and Piltown would be quicker because due to the kind of there's a smaller number of candidates. Kilkenny City probably will take a little bit longer as well.
Correct.
But you don't know. There could be a mass elimination after the first count in Kilkenny City, which could help, but we don't know. We really don't know.
Well, I'm from the Kilkenny City and my box is in box number 54. I actually looked yesterday and saw the box number 54. But you two gentlemen, you're Paul Whit.
My vote is in Callan-Thomastown. I think mine is box 95. And would you believe it? I was voting, and I brought my ID, my driver's license, and bloody left the driver's license in. But in fairness, I went voting, and the returning officer said, to my mother Roseanne, she said, "Is Paul Brophy any relation to you?" "Oh, that's my son." Well, he left his driver's license behind. So thank you to the returning officer in Danesfort National School. You spared my blushes there.
And Paddy, where are you? You're
I'm Thomastown.
Thomastown.
So I voted in the local primary school. And I went in, I brought my driver license, and then I got there, and my old babysitter was sitting behind the desk, so I didn't need it. Thanks, Cleere.
I took my driver license and my polling card.
Yeah.
So, Paddy, tell our audience a bit about yourself. You're from Thomastown.
I'm a con artist.
You're not indeed. But Paddy, have you always had an interest in politics?
No.
No?
No. As a child growing up, no interest. I remember seeing Avril Doyle on the posters and being terrified by her. I don't know why, because she's quite nice in reality. But
Yeah.
no, I was only around, I suppose, the crash.
Yeah.
2008 onwards, I started getting frustrated with politics and
Yeah.
got involved to make a difference. I didn't make a difference, but I got involved anyway. And I'm here ever since. So,
And at previous times, we used to always see you there with your laptop, tallying up and
Crunching
breaking
numbers
down
and everything,
crunching
stuff like that.
numbers. What it was going to you? What's it looking like, Paddy? What's it looking like?
I'm a nerd.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I diagnosed with ASD when I was 20. So, like,
All right.
yeah, I like numbers. What can I say?
We're delighted to have you, and of course, you know, you won't mention the FA Cup final, me being a Man United fan, you being a Man City fan, but look, you know, we'll say nothing about that.
We won't.
anyway.
We'll say absolutely not.
We won't mention the worst.
And what I know about football is zero. I know absolutely nothing about football.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Neither does Paul.
true.
So, gentlemen, so will we go through some of the candidates?
Yes, yeah.
The local candidates
think-
here.
Yeah, I believe we're starting with Castlecomer electoral area, which is a very, very big electoral area. You've got 9 candidates for 6 seats, and it's massive. It's like it horseshoes around Kilkenny City, and you've got Castlecomer, Freshford, Johnstown, you know, Hallstown, big, massive area. And actually, more controversially, there's a pit of Northwest Kilkenny for Dáil purposes has been sived off into the new North Tipperary constituency. So that's hasn't gone down well, but for local elections, that division does not apply. So if you're living in that area, you're voting for Kilkenny-based candidates.
We'd just like to thank my son as well. We're thanking everybody.
Yep.
My son is behind the scenes. My son, Quentin O'Cleric, is behind the scenes helping us with the technology. He's a new tech whiz, and so thank you so much to my favourite son.
Absolutely. Right
As
on.
you would say, my only son, but he's my favourite son. And hello to my daughter down in Cork. She moved house yesterday. So
Oh, good.
she's getting ready. Well, just while your feelings getting them
Yeah.
up, she's moving to Australia in August.
Very-
over there to Melbourne. So,
Safe travels.
Hello, Naomi. She's not watching, but we'll say hello anyway. In case she thinks, oh, you've mentioned Killen, but you didn't mention me.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Good save.
absolutely. And I also had Roisin Quillen that put in a savage shift, not just for this election coverage, but over the last number of months for the Irish political roundup. So for me, I'd like to say thank you very much.
And from me to you, Paul, thank you so much
Yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah.
'Cause, we're a duo. But
Yeah, absolutely.
You couldn't do that if it wasn't for each
Absolutely.
other.
It's a
Hodge and Raj.
Much much.
Which one's Podge and which one's Raj?
Plead the
We'll
fifth
say
on-
no more.
We'll plead the fifth on that one.
Paul, do you want to talk us through?
Yeah, so just to give our listeners and our viewers an idea, Kilkenny for local election purposes is divided up into 4 different local electoral areas, or LEAs for short. We have Castlecomer in the north, which has 6 seats. You have Kilkenny City in smack bang in the middle, biggest urban centre, that has 7 seats. Following down, you have Callan-Thomastown, where both Paddy and I, that's where our vote is. There's 6 seats there as well, and right down in South Kilkenny, Piltown, near the Waterford border, you have Piltown, which has 5 seats. So as we mentioned earlier on, there are 24 seats on offer. No individual party has a controlling majority. So for the last 10 years, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have been in a controlling pact. So they're effectively the government of Kilkenny County Council.
It was kind of warm up for national politics.
Yeah,
The merger.
yeah.
Kilkenny, you saw it here first.
Absolutely, yeah. So we're just going to have a look at the Castlecomer electoral area first. So we have 9 candidates for 6 seats. All of the 6 incumbents are running. And last night, Paddy, we were chatting there. You gave a very interesting stat about the sitting councillors in
I don't know if
Castlecomer.
it's politically correct, it's probably considered ageist, but 50% of the sitting councillors in the Comer district are in their 70s.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I found it interesting. I like numbers again, and percentages, so
I like steady hands
Yeah,
as well.
evidently.
absolutely.
Steady hands, and I think too, the experience that is in there is
Absolutely.
invaluable.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Judging from the tallies, the voters seem to agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw
yeah.
Mary Hilda absolutely run away with it in a few boxes. So
Yeah.
You know what? I've only interviewed Mary Hilda on the radio when I used to be on local radio and on the Irish political roundup. But you know what? I just think she's an inspiration.
Yeah.
I really do. I love her. I love her.
she's been here floating around. I've seen her.
There she is. She's down there. I can see her down there.
You might nab her at some stage.
Oh,
No,
100%,
definitely
100%. She's on our hit list, I can say. Speak.
Them work it with-
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
See the guards coming around the corner there.
Oh, yeah. And I'm a peace commissioner, so I have to, watch my P's and Q's. So speaking of Mary Hilda Cabinet, so she was first elected in 1974, as you're saying, Paddy, the matriarch of Fine Gael here in County Kilkenny. Looks like she's going to hold her seat and
Oh, definitely.
going to
Without
make
a shadow of a doubt.
50 years a county council. That is a phenomenal achievement.
Yeah. Oh, she's. I don't know what the record is, but I think she might be approaching it.
Oh, yeah.
If already not the holder. So.
And the last time out, she topped the poll. She got over 1,600 votes. So it's
Also a very formidable politician.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
I know what happened. I know
And
you-
she's very, very careful when she says, okay, what's the money? If there's any, and always counting out the money. She always says, it's not our money we're spending, it's the taxpayers' money.
Yeah, well, I was a member of Fine Gael for probably too long, but well over a decade, and again, formidable politician. You don't mess with Mary Hilda. She's well respected. She's
She's so nice and likable
very,
as well.
very,
And
very,
very helpful.
very affable.
Yeah.
Very helpful.
You don't get elected if you're not affable and pleasant. But
Absolutely.
there's also steel there. Like
Oh, yeah.
she's
I like
she's not a fluffy toy. She's
No.
a serious, formidable,
And
battle-hardened politician.
working for the people of her constituency.
Absolutely.
And working for the people of
the
Kilkenny.
next candidate, sitting councillor Pat Fitzpatrick, he topped the poll last time with over 2,000 votes in the Castlecomer electoral area. Of course, Pat started out as in Kilkenny, then he moved to Castlecomer area in around 2014, and he's been here ever since. And according to the tallies body, it looks like he's going to retain that seat.
100%. And I'd imagine he'll top the poll again.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a strong presence. He's a strong candidate. Just oftentimes I could be driving around North Kilkenny and I just see the Pat Fitzpatrick van parked up somewhere. So obviously he's on the ground canvassing.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's paid off.
Yeah. Oh,
I'll just step aside and you keep going.
yeah. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yeah.
But you'd imagine he will be a candidate or a potential candidate
Oh,
in
yeah.
future general elections when the
Absolutely.
McGuinness representation might not be there.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll definitely be in the shake-up, all right, for there. And the next candidate we have Michael McCarthy from Freshford. He's been first elected. He was first elected in 2014. Got 1,591 votes the last time. According to the tallies, looks like he should be safe as well.
Freshford man. Nickname Bonzo. I'm not sure if that's derogatory or I hope it's not because apologies it is. But I saw the Freshford box. He cleaned it out.
Yeah, yeah.
His home box he got. So.
Absolutely brilliant. And John Brennan, who was first co-opted to Kilkenny County Council in 1989, which, if my maths is correct, was 35 years ago. According to the vote, looks like he'll do okay. There was some talk he might struggle, but looks like he should be okay.
I don't want to say he struggled in previous elections, but he always passed the finish line. So
Yeah.
Affectionately known as the Bogman. I'm not sure again if that's derogatory or not, but apologies if it is.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see John Daniel, which I'm not sure. We'll go by John Brennan anyway. And Dennis Hines, of course. Dennis Hines is the sitting Sinn Féin candidate. Former Labour candidate, was elected in 2019, replacing the retiring Maurice Shortall. Actually contested the general election in 2020 for the Labour Party. In 2021, he moved party to
Jump ship.
Controversially. Yes, controversially as well. So that's going to be interesting. You know, it's one thing going from a party to an independent, going from one party to another. It will appease some people, it'll annoy other people. So, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how Dennis Hines does.
Go from one party to another who aren't political bedfellows or allies.
Yeah.
There is you would imagine there's a small bit of hostility between Labour and Sinn Féin supporters. So it was an interesting switch.
Yeah.
Whether it pays off or not today is another story.
And Gore's Bridge, Paulstown, Gore, that will be kind of the core area where they'll be looking to harness a lot of this vote there.
Correct.
Michael Delaney is in Tullaroan. Michael was first elected in 2019. Replacing the retiring Pat Malay.
Did very well to get elected.
Should be okay.
Time will tell.
Because I was talking to one of the talliers there that looks like there was a bit of a mistake when they were tallying the votes. They gave votes that should have gone to Mick Delaney, went to Stephen Delaney, who's contesting as well. So that could be he could actually be better
later on when
and I think the Tullaroan boxes were just about being open as well. So he should be okay.
Michael has competition from Daniel Burke, who is also Tullaroan based. So we'll see how that goes.
Exactly, and of course, Daniel, it's birthday tomorrow, so we wish you a very happy birthday, Daniel, as well.
Daniel's first-time candidate for Independent Ireland.
Yeah.
Been running his campaign for 6 weeks. Like he's come out of nowhere first time, and if he doesn't get elected today, I'm sure he'll build a platform and.
He's 26, so he's time is certainly on his side.
A nice chap.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a really nice chap, and we wish him really well.
He's a personal friend of mine, so I really.
Oh, really? Good job. I get that, isn't it?
Oh, he's a good lad.
Yeah, and I think next is Stephen Delaney from the Irish Pete, based in Urlingford, first time candidate. Hard to know how he's going to do.
I was chatting to him at the council centre here today. He seems happy enough with how the tallies are going.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm breaking confidence by saying he doesn't think he'll be elected, but he is happy with the performance and the platform, and he has 5 years to build on that.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. And Maurice Shortall, now we're not the former Labour Party councillor, Old Toppin councillor, but Maurice Shortall is a nephew of Maurice Shortall, and he's running as an independent and going quite well.
Yeah, according to the tallies, the last I heard, he had over 900 votes, which is phenomenal for a first-time candidate. And an independent at that. I don't know if it's the brand. I thought brand is strong up in North Kilkenny. That obviously made a factor.
Well, Maurice Shortall, his uncle was a phenomenal councillor. By God, he worked on the ground. He was a great fella. As he said, you rang him and said, right, I'll get back to you on that. By God, he'd get back to you.
Well, it's paid off. People remember. Now, again, I don't want to off young Maurice Shortall. I'm call him young Maurice Shortall. Maurice the second.
Yeah.
But like he obviously ran his own campaign and is getting elected on his own merit.
Yeah.
Name is obviously a factor, but
And he utilised social media a lot too as well, which is, you know, he is in the podcasting area as well, so he would be, you know, very up on creative medias like YouTube. So now we're moving into Kilkenny City, the local election area.
My area.
That's where Roisin voted there yesterday. 20 candidates for 7 seats. This could take a while, Paddy.
I think it will.
Yeah.
Took us far longer than expected to get through Castlecomer.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Poor Keelan is there waving his hand frantically in the background.
exactly. The first it's an independent candidate, but independents, you know, could there be a swing towards him? We have Luani Acamhon. Now, apologies if I have pronounced that wrong.
She's actually here in the town centre, so we might just ask her later on.
Exactly.
And
So
we'll maybe bring her over and have a chat.
yeah,
And
first time candidate as well.
Luani is a former colleague of ours on community
Correct,
radio. I
correct.
used to be on community radio. Is that
Yep.
a former colleague of you there?
That's correct. That is correct.
Yeah, she did a program on a Thursday afternoon. Right?
Yeah.
I came across her social media now, and there was horrible comments left on it, and she was so positive in her replies. I have to commend her on. She could hold her head up high after this campaign. Win, lose or draw, she ran on a positive platform, and
Yeah. And of
very
course,
respectful to people who weren't respectful back. So
Yeah.
kudos to her.
and there's a base there for 5 years' time as
Yeah.
well. Whatever vote she may pick up. And next, I believe, is Martin Brett, sitting councillor. In 2014, when there was a big bloodbath with new areas, he lost the seat.
He did.
Got re-elected in 2019 on the last count, getting the last seat. You know, how do you think he's going to fare this time, Paddy?
I think Martin Brett is a unique individual.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any politician in Kilkenny City as well known as him, instantly recognisable. I think he was on the Kilkenny People front page for about 10 years. He's a big name, and he should do well today.
Yeah, be very interesting to see. And next is another independent, Johnny Azzy, came kind of late to the party. No, I think the 20th of May was the closing date for to be on the ballot. Is there, like, leaving it late in the day, Paddy? Are you kind of, you know, Kilkenny is like, it's a massive area. Like, there's over 30,000 people living in it.
Yeah, it's hard.
Like,
But even when you have your campaign, your 6-week campaign, you can't meet everyone.
no, absolutely not. It's possible.
I saw Johnny's posters up. I knew he was running, and wishing the best.
Yeah, interesting to see how he gets on. Evan Barry, Sinn Féin, first-time candidate, one of 3 Sinn Féin candidates. So that could be, is running 3 maybe a bit risky. Sometimes you could split the vote, but
Listen, they
given
were
given
right
where they are in the
polls.
polls, you know,
But the polls are a snapshot in time of
Yeah.
this time. I mean, in 2019, we were saying that Sinn Féin didn't run enough councillors.
Yeah.
Sorry, not 2019, 2020. The general election.
I never trust the polls.
they're up and down. Sure, is
He's funding the polls. He's paying for the polls.
yeah, and of course, like, for the last referendum, it was looking like maybe 2 or 3 weeks beforehand, looked like yes was going to win, and then it ended up being an emphatic no. So, like, things can change, you know, on an instant. So Evan Barry, first time candidate for Sinn Féin.
But
there.
compared to the 2019 Sinn Féin result, like, they're going to gain seats nationally, like, so.
Absolutely.
And
I believe
that's not my view. Fiona Sheehan had in the Irish Independent this
I
morning.
believe they're running close to 350 local election candidates, which is absolutely massive. And next is Andrea Cleere of the Labour Party. This is her second election she contested in Kilkenny City, 2019. Got 301 first preference votes. You know, how do you think she's going to fare out second time out, Paddy? Now, I know she has a running mate in Seán Ó.
I was just going to say, there's 2 Labour candidates. At a time when Labour aren't at the most popular, again, poll-wise, we can't say
We're in around 3-4%.
yeah, so
I think
it'll be
they will
interesting.
get a lot of green votes,
Yeah,
and they'll transfer over to Labour.
Potentially.
Yeah,
A
you
lot
have to be-
of green voters have told me that.
You have to be in front of the Greens to get those transfers.
absolutely.
Well, if on an elimination, I guess.
Because where we are, it's transfers. That's what it's all about.
I don't want to write Andrea off, though. She has as good a chance anyway.
And Andrea is a former Labour colleague of ours when we were
Correct,
both in the
correct,
Labour Party.
correct.
But I left the Labour Party in 2016. You left where, Paul?
2019.
2019. But yeah, so Andrea Cleere, she also works for SIP2.
SIP2, of course. And John Coonan, who was first elected to the old Kilkenny Corporation as it was then in 1994. He's got back in 2019. So how do you think he's going to fare this time out? Do you think being Falcourt run 3 candidates, do you think they'll bring home the 3?
Imagine so. Yeah, we met his wife
Oh yes,
Earlier on.
yes,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
She's great. She's great
and
lady.
had a cameo appearance.
Yeah,
Yeah, John has
Maybe
been.
we'll get talking later on.
Why
yeah,
not?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
John he's well known, he's a hard worker, a big name, and he's also running a very active social media campaign.
yes, his son Aidan does a lot of that.
Ah, you sold it out. I thought it was John himself.
It's always great to have the films behind
Oh.
you.
Yeah, 100%.
I thought John was managing his own campaign.
Yeah. In fairness, it is very slick. And Maria Dollard was co-opted when Malcolm Noonan was elected as a TD in 2020. You know, being a co-opted councillor, your first election party, that is difficult.
I have to say, I canvassed Maria Dollard in the 2020 general election when I was canvassing for Fine Gael.
Yeah.
And she opened the door and she was as nice as could be. She was so pleasant and affable. We got chatting. I actually knew her nephew, who was a young Fine Gael member up in Meath.
Right.
And I was surprised to see her Green Party when she was co-opted, but I was also delighted because I remembered vividly how nice she was on the door. So pleasant. So
She actually lives 2 doors down from Seán Ó with
wow.
the Labour candidate, which is interesting. David Fitzgerald with Fine Gael,
big name.
Doing really well.
doing really well.
Well, you'd expect that. You'd also expect him to be running for Fine Gael in the general election next time out. He's made no secret of that. He ran previously in the by-election and the general election, took a step back. Patrick O'Neill ran in his stead. Patrick was unsuccessful, and then David has been eyeing up this one, I think.
Yeah.
And
Looks like he'll get elected with a quota.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
Again, he's been around since 2009.
Yeah.
He's a big name.
And we're looking at it could be 3-4 o'clock by the time we actually have a first count
Oh, I
somewhere.
couldn't tell you.
Yeah. And Liam Heffernan, so Liam was kind of late to the party, declaring as an independent candidate. Liam will be a well-known community activist here in Kilkenny. So
Even I know Liam. I don't know
Yeah.
how I know him, but I know.
exactly. So it'll be interesting to see how he does. Will a quick, short, fast campaign work for him, or should he have declared his hand a little bit earlier? We don't know. We'll know soon. Joe Malone, current mayor of Kilkenny, the tallies there. Looks like he'll hold a seat.
I'd be very surprised if he doesn't. Very hard worker, very nice man, always on the ground, and a big McGuinness fan.
Yeah.
He's part of the McGuinness machine.
Yes. Oh, speaking of McGuinness machine, we have Andrew McGuinness, first co-opted on the old Borough Council in 2003, so which, if my maths is right, is 21 years. You wouldn't think he's been here that long, but
He doesn't look like he's
he
been
doesn't
here
look
21 years,
doesn't look it.
He
No,
hasn't aged.
not at all. But topped the poll last time in 2019.
Another big name.
Should hold a seat.
I'd be very surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not going to happen. He's going to get elected. Very talented musician. I came across him on the parade one day playing a few months back. Man of many talents.
And many talents. And then Eugene McGuinness, who was first elected in 2019 as an independent candidate. Callan, quite good. Looks like could hold a seat as well.
Yeah, again, he was probably more controversial than the rest of the McGuinnesses, but it seems to have stood to him.
In this dynasty.
It's a different dynasty.
Yeah.
I'm the same, but
Same but different.
Michael McGrath,
Yep.
independent candidate, ran previously
Callan-Thomastown.
Callan-Thomastown.
I think he ran in the city a few times before as well.
Yeah.
If my memory is correct, I think he had registered the name the Progressive Democrats. And when Desi O'Malley went looking for that, actually, I think he had to buy it off him.
Wow.
So Aoife O'Brien, first time Sinn Féin candidate, kind of declared late in the day. So
Stranger things that happened. Those candidates who declared for the first time in the general election last time out, Sinn Féin, and they were elected to their new TDs. So
The only Sinn Féin candidate to actually knock at my door and canvass my door.
yeah,
She's also in there as well.
yeah, exactly. And Mark O'Farrell, also Sinn Féin candidate, first time candidate.
Carpenter.
Metal fabricator. His grandfather, Lynn Quigley, was a former Independent and Workers' Parties
Wow.
councillor on the old Borough Council as well. So politics is certainly in this family. So first time candidate, be interesting to see how he does. Seán Ó hArgáin.
It's no introduction.
No introduction. Exactly.
Not to anyone in Kilkenny anyway.
Yeah.
Seán, former mayor of Kilkenny. Tallies looks like he could be in with a shout.
Imagine so. I think if Labour are going to get a seat today, Seán is taking it. Don't mean to be disrespectful to Andrew, but Seán is a big name in Kilkenny politics.
Mm. Yeah, exactly. And Martin O'Neill, Social Democrats, or the first time the Social Democrats have ran a candidate in Kilkenny City,
cool.
so it's going to be very, very interesting. Of course, Martin is a teacher in Kieran's College as well, so interesting to see how he goes.
Yeah, they want to shake up the system. I was chatting to the Director of Elections, Willie Sainsbury. They want to get their 2 candidates in. Whether it happens or not is another story, but they'll run again.
They have another candidate in South Kilkenny, but if you're a betting man, you would say one of the two Social Democrats to take a seat. Martin would be the.
I'm not a betting man. I've lost too much money over the years.
Okay.
Big Ivan Yates. Yeah.
Exactly. And next up is Kevin Shore, who's running for the People for Profit. Kevin will be known through the music scene here in Kilkenny. People for Profit, they ran a candidate, Stephanie Hanlon. Last time she got around 300 votes, so you'd be kind of looking to kind of hold that and do it a bit.
She's also on the replacement list for Keane Printable for the Euro.
Oh, right.
Yes, Stephanie is listed on that.
Interesting.
Back to Kevin, yeah. Kevin will be, memory serves correctly, an uncle of former general election candidate.
Alan Hayes, correct, yes. Absolutely. And Noel George Walsh, former Labour member, he ran for them in Wexford, has ran a couple of times in Kilkenny in local and general elections.
Missed the deadline one time. Had been canvassing and was unfortunate. There was an issue with bank holiday on a Sunday.
Yeah.
And had canvas posters up and didn't get to run.
Paperwork. Yeah. So
nice man though. Will.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There is a swing to independence nationally, so we wonder. Be interesting to see will that be reflected here in Kilkenny City, and I think that is. I think there could be more, but no, that's all 20 of the Kilkenny City candidates. So next is Callan-Thomastown.
Your area, boys.
Yeah, where we both voted.
So gentlemen, when I call you boys, gentlemen.
Ah, sure. You can call worse.
By me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So we have 9 candidates for 6 seats, and of course, 2 of the incumbent councillors are not running: Patrick O'Neill and Matt Doran of Fianna Fáil. So we'd like to wish them the very best of luck in their retirement from politics.
Big vote getters.
Yeah, interesting.
Matt especially has been a political animal.
Oh yeah.
For the last few elections.
So if you think about it, that's over 3,500 votes that need to find a new home.
Yeah.
And first up is Peter Chap Cleere, first elected in 2014, also current Kilkenny Camogie manager. Topped the poll last time, nearly 2,000 votes.
It's a phenomenal performance.
You'd be pretty certain that he's going to do well again. And
he's a big name.
And another good
brand
performance,
name recognition.
And another good name would probably he'd be certainly a potential Dáil candidate in the next election.
Yeah, he absolutely will want to go for the Dáil. Whether he's uncontested in that is another story. But play a candidate for actual politics.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. And Deirdre Cullen, sitting councillor, elected first time out. She's from Bennettsbridge, like Patrick O'Neill, I suppose. But Patrick O'Neill retiring, she'd be hoping that she can consolidate that Bennettsbridge vote. And
she's also as a Thomastown person, I've seen Deirdre mark in Thomastown over the last few years.
Yeah,
she's been present since she was elected.
Yeah, Thomastown was a big area.
She's marked. She has family in Thomastown. She's actually a cousin of my mother's, believe it or not.
Okay.
But she'll also want to go for the general election.
Yeah.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, absolutely. Christina Doyle, originally from Lithuania, but living in Callan many years. First time candidate for the Green Party. The Green Party, it's hard to know, could be a very sticky election. So, this could be more of an experiment.
The Greens might be looking a little bit sage after this.
Yes. Michael Doyle, someone you know very well, Paddy.
Yeah, Michael is from Innisteague, former carpenter, former care worker, and former politician.
Yeah.
So he's been here since he's here 10 years now. This is his third Liberal election.
And current chair of Kilkenny County Council as well. So that's why we have the picture of the chain on. We're allowed to use that because he is the current chair of Kilkenny County Council. And Sinn Féin run 2 candidates. Stephanie Downey, Sinn Féin, first time candidate.
Over in Callan.
In Callan, they're splitting. There's Stephanie and then there's David Kennedy.
Well, it's such a big constituency.
Massive.
That I think 2 candidates are necessary.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
You also have Matt Doran stepping aside. We were talking about well over 1,500 votes in that side of the woods.
Yeah.
That need no home. So
It's
Definitely
interesting.
hoping to speed them up.
I was looking at the votes from 2019, and there were a good few independent candidates that ran. Breda Gardner was one, there was Trish Finnegan,
Kelly.
John Kelly, a couple of other independents. There's no independents running this time in Callan-Thomastown, so it'll be very interesting, Roisin, what you see. Where does that independent vote
And
go?
not even some of the more phrases, establishment parties.
Yeah.
I know Sinn Féin won't like to hear that they're an establishment party, but Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil, Labour, Greens, Sinn Féin, that's it.
Yeah,
All people's more profit.
yeah. David Kennedy, unfortunately, lost the seat in 2019, was first elected in 2014. You know, two candidates this time. You know, he got about 700 votes. The first, so there's a base there, so he'd be hoping to build on that.
It was a bad day for Sinn Féin 2019.
Yeah.
Had he ran in the general election, last run in the general election, 2020, he would have been elected.
Yeah.
Just look at the draw on the day.
Absolutely, yeah.
He was a good councillor, a good guy.
Yeah,
And a painter by training.
Yeah.
absolutely. Ára Kelly, she's replacing Pat O'Neill on the ticket,
Yeah.
hoping to retain the 3 seat. Will that happen? We don't know. She contested in 2019 in Kilkenny City, got about 300 votes. She comes from a very, very political family. She's cousin of outgoing Gael MEP Deirdre Clune. You know, how is she going to fare in time out?
Again, Orla has also been marking Thomastown and trying to carve out a base in Thomastown. And I've heard reports back that she's knocking on doors, she's working hard, so
yeah.
that pays off is another story. But
Exactly.
very capable, very charismatic.
Of course, Joe Lyons, who's a very popular grocer and florist in Callan, first elected in 2019, you know, has worked very, very hard in Callan. And I remember being at a Fine Gael agriculture event in Callan. It was jammer, so I looked at that there last year and I said to myself, they don't get re-elected. Oddly.
Again, with Matt Doran stepping aside, you'd imagine Joe will be well placed to retain his seat.
Yeah.
Most definitely, Don might have something to say about that, but
Yeah.
I've heard predictions that Joe will top the poll.
Yeah.
Hard to see him beating Chap, but
Yeah,
Deirdre.
if I was putting money in, I would say the first 2 seats would go to Chap, Cleere and Joe Lyons. Now I could be completely wrong, so that's I think that's half
Next
the
up,
fun.
Joe Sheridan.
Joe Sheridan replacing the formidable Matt Doran. You know,
Joe is
Hughes
Kel's in a
Pil-
snag.
correct? Yeah,
Right?
yeah, yeah,
I don't know Joe personally. I know his sister, Marie.
yeah.
Hairdresser for my granny once upon a time.
Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, Joe has been postering away, knocking on doors.
Yeah, yeah. And
I see his van parked outside.
Absolutely,
Stoning
yeah.
for whatever he is.
yeah, and I worked with his wife as well. So there's another interesting fact. So the final electoral area in Kilkenny, County Kilkenny, is Piltown. So we have 12 candidates running for 5 seats. Of course, Eamon Elward, who's the sitting Fianna Fáil councillor, he is not running. So there's a new person going to emerge here, Paddy.
But it won't be an Elward. It's
Wow.
the first time
Donkey's
in
year.
decades. I
Wow.
was trying to get an exact year. I didn't have time to research. I text John Paul Phelan, he never texts back. John Paul, not happy with that.
Yeah.
But we'll find out what year.
Yeah.
It's the last week.
Absolutely. And we have Moss Brannock, current Labour Party councillor, has been there since 2000. Well, was first co-opted in just before the 1999 local election. Got elected in 2004.
pulled in
He's
big votes.
pulling big votes.
He topped the
Over
poll,
1,500 votes
Last
last time.
2009.
Yeah,
It's had over 1,500 votes in the last 2 elections.
yeah. So yeah, good. Jenny Catslattery is replacing the outgoing Eamon Aylward from Mullavat. You think if the Aylward circle the wagons there, that they should get her home.
The out of orders regarded out Kilkenny as lack Fianna Fáil. Like Donegal.
Oh yeah.
So you'd imagine Fianna Fáil will do well again this week.
Absolutely, yeah. Richard Daly, unfortunately we don't have a picture of Richard, so we've put up the image of the Irish people who he's running for. First time candidate, hard to know how he really is going to go.
If Castlecomer isn't the judge by, there's not a political upset in the cards today. Be wrong. The establishment party seems to be doing okay so far.
Okay. Damien Donoghue, Fine Gael from Berrybank, the second largest urban area in County Kilkenny. Big area. You know, he'd be hoping to pull a decent vote down there.
They're hoping to pull a decent vote, but it's also not like your Thomastown. It's a very new
Mm.
base,
Yeah.
if you get me. A lot of people are moving to Ferrybank.
Yes, yes,
It's not a old town with old
Yeah.
traditional
Exactly.
affiliations. I think it's all to play for now.
exactly. Really, with the population down there, there should be an extra seat, but that'll be for other people to determine into the future. Next up is Fidelis Doherty of Fine Gael, first elected in 2009. You know her fairly well, Paddy. Should hold her seat.
I'd imagine so. And I'd imagine she's, again, also looking at national office. With John Paul failing separate aside, there's going to be a gap down south. You're
Yeah,
going to have
and
the
there
like-
is-
you're
there
gonna
is
have
a
strong councillors like Fidelis and Pat Dunphy looking
Yeah.
at that.
And speaking of Pat Dunphy, I mean, you also know very, very well.
Another very strong candidate. Up the poll in 2014 by one vote.
One vote.
One vote.
Wow,
He was one vote ahead of Melissa O'Neill in 2014.
wow.
And
Amazing.
topped the poll in 2019 as well.
Just go to show you what that one vote means.
Oh yeah, 100%. Next up, Ger Frisbee. Ger will be related to the Aylwards as well. So first elected in 2014. You know, got 970 votes. Should be okay, but you never know.
Yeah, I was chatting to an electrician in Kilkenny on site yesterday, and I was sussing them out. I was like, "Oh yeah, you're voting today. It's your first election. Ah yeah, what are you voting for? Give Joe Frisbee a scratch."
Yeah.
Yeah. There's one vote for you, Joe.
And David Kane, who's the first-time candidate for the Social Democrat in South Kilkenny. South Kilkenny, we don't know. Is it a Social Democrat's stronghold? We'll find out.
Soon find out.
We'll soon find out.
Tough ask.
Tough ask. He's Benny McDonagh, Green Party. Oh, would be another tough ask there as well.
We top in the poll anyway.
No. And Sinn Féin are run two candidates this time as well. So they have Natasha Newsom-Drennan, first time candidate living there in around Mullabat from October originally. Sinn Féin with the swinging with the polls, you know, this would be an area that would be targeting.
They don't want to make gains in every constituency in Ireland, every district in Ireland. I don't know who they're going to target down south.
Yeah,
They want to be making
absolutely.
gains.
And Maria Wall, who's actually the youngest candidate running in County Kilkenny, she's 21, so fair play to you, Maria. You know, she's up against, you know, some very, very experienced people. She's from Moonkind as well, which would be the same base as Pat Dunphy. I was talking to her mum there briefly as well, yeah, earlier on. So look, it's great to see new young people coming forward,
Yeah.
regardless whether they're for a party or independent. It's good to see new young faces putting their name forward and bringing forward new ideas to local politics. Michael Wems is the final candidate, the 50th candidate in County Kilkenny.
Congratulations, Michael.
Yep. Last but certainly not least, Michael is living around Glenmore, Fidelis Doherty country. I suppose Sinn Féin. I suppose it does make sense, Paddy, to run two candidates in a constituency like that
Such
because
a
it's
big
such a big constituency. How do you think? You know, should Sinn Féin? If you look at polls, you go, yeah, they should be in a hunt for a seat, but you know, local politics is just so unpredictable.
Especially again when you have big vote getters
Yes,
like Pat Dunphy sweeping up votes.
Yeah.
It's going to be hard to.
of course, Pat's there since '99, so it's 25 years. So that's
Ran on a ticket with John Paul Phelan and Dick Dowling.
Dowling, who passed away as well on the last while as well. So that's the breakdown of Kilkenny. So we have four unique individual electorate areas. So we have Castlecomer, which has 6 seats, Kilkenny, which has 7 seats, Callan-Thomastown has 6 seats, and Piltown has 5 seats. So that's County Kilkenny, and that's the local election landscape, Roisin.
Yes, indeed. And you know, later on we'll go to the Eugene a little bit later on.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a phenomenal amount of candidates running in Europe. I know in Midlands Northwest there's 27. I was up the other night putting together the graphics for that. I nearly broke my heart.
It's the ballot paper looked at yesterday when I went in to vote. It was tough. Even to find the candidates you wanted to vote for, I found.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of work running as a candidate.
Oh,
I mean, you're
100%.
giving up your life, really. And,
Absolutely.
so it's really good luck to all candidates. We're going to take a 5-minute break. So do stay tuned and do like, share, and put a comment down below. Yeah, we are covering all local and Kilkenny. Do like, all other countries. So stay tuned.
I'm now delighted to be joined by Labour Party candidate here in Kilkenny City, Seán Ó. Seán, early tallies show it's looking all right.
Well, yeah, I think we're definitely in the hunt. I think just under half the boxes tallied so far, and I seem to be running in fifth place. And if I can stay there, I think we have a right chance on transfers in particular. And look, it's going to be a long day, a long night, possibly into tomorrow, and we see how we go.
20 candidates running in the Kilkenny City electorate, so this is going to take a while.
Absolutely, and look, I mean, some of those candidates might have small votes, but they all have to be counted and tallied. And look, from my own point of view, a huge thank you to the people that have given me number ones or twos or threes or fours. They're all going to count, and to thank people for their patience and to thank people for their openness and honesty on the doorsteps. I found people really wanted to be listened to, and I've done a lot of that and responded to a lot of issues that people raised with me. And if I am elected, there's going to be a big bag of work to be done.
And what were the kind of the main issues that were coming up? I suppose we'll start with the big H word, housing.
Absolutely, there's no contest. I mean, every third or fourth door had people of my own age in their 50s and 60s with their children living with them, sometimes a grandchild as well, or two. And that's the reality. People have been forced out of the housing market. There's a brilliant article by Fintan O'Toole in the Irish Times the other day, which I shared, which calls it out. I mean, this isn't an accident; it's happened deliberately. Successive governments have put all their eggs in the private sector basket. You've heard me talking about this for a long time. And, we need to get back to basics. County councils need to be given the money to build houses, to build the kind of social housing out of which fantastic citizens of this city have come. We need to get back to that and stop relying on the market, who just simply won't look after people.
And I suppose this election, it's going to be a precursor. There's going to be a general election or possibly even a by-election in the next couple of months. I suppose if Labour can regain a seat in Kilkenny City, does that put them back on the political map in this constituency?
Well, I think we're always on the political map. We've had a difficult few years, there's no doubt about it. But, the early tallies I heard from Carlow this morning is that Willie Quinn is doing extremely well again in the Borris electoral area. And hopefully Tomás Brennan in South Kilkenny will retain his seat, and then we build from there.
Well, Seán, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Round. I know it's early days. These tallies can come with a health warning, but you're in the shake-up, so we wish you the very best of luck for the rest of the day. Thanks for taking the time to chat with us.
And I am back with first-time candidate Daniel Burke. Daniel, and it's your birthday tomorrow, so happy birthday to you.
Thanks, Julian. The big 2-7.
Well, my son's 28 now in July, so
Oh,
you know,
perfect, yeah.
same age. Daniel, great campaign. I'm going to hand you over now to a really good friend of yours. So Paddy's going to talk us through the interview and how you're
Perfect.
getting on and your campaign.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Julian.
Daniel, I advise you to go controversial. You didn't. Do you regret not being a little bit more two-footed in your challenges on city council?
I probably should have pressed more on the age profile. I certainly did on the doors, but I think it probably would have helped with my literature and to include on my social media campaign. I did kind of focus a lot on social media as well with TikTok and Facebook, but yeah, I think I should have.
Can you
kind of-
accept that I'm always right and you should listen to me?
I'll accept that 95% of the time you're right.
In all seriousness, Independent Ireland.
Yeah.
Are they a party? Are they a political group? And are you independent? What is it?
So no, it is a political party. What I will say on a local level, it's very much no whip. So it's up to each candidate or each councillor what stances they take and what kind of priorities. Now, obviously, we have kind of overarching kind of priorities, but again, local level, it's very much you're your own man or woman. But then nationally, then there is a loose whip and there's votes of conscience as well.
Where does Independent Ireland go from here? I know we haven't any results yet.
Yeah.
Will they be around in 5 years?
I'm not sure in 5 years, hopefully. But yeah, like I've been looking at the WhatsApps there, and across the country there seems to be a decent result. Unfortunately for myself, I don't think it's my day today. But that said, there's plenty more days down the future.
Man, like I said, you're only 27.
Exactly.
28.
Plenty more fuel in the tank anyway.
Good man, fair play.
Thanks, William.
And we'll be coming back live with another interview very shortly. Please stay tuned.
And I'm now delighted to be joined by outgoing independent councillor for the Kilkenny City electoral area, Eugene McGuinness. Eugene, we were in the tallies. You know, it's an estimate. They can be very, very accurate. It looks like you're going to hold your seat.
It's looking very promising, that's all I'll say. As you know, it always comes with a health warning, so I'll wait and the final count is done. But as far as tallies are concerned, it's looking very good for me.
And you must be pleased. As I said, it's a tally, but you must be pleased that your campaign and the work that you've done over the last 5 years has resonated with people.
Absolutely. I mean, when you work hard, and I believe I did, I probably would have ended up very disillusioned had I not got a good vote at least, based on the amount of work that I believe I had done. So I'm delighted, absolutely, yeah.
And we're seeing a lot in current opinion polls. We're seeing a lot of a swing towards independence. Were you sensing that on the doors?
Oh, there's no doubt about it that there was a swing towards independence. The established parties are, I think that, you know, the day of the big established parties is gone. Certainly in this cycle, there's no doubt about it, because I was hearing this at every door. People were saying to me, you know, we're not going for the big parties. It's independence.
Exactly. And what were the main issues that were coming up on the door? I suppose you have housing, you know, roads, rates, rubbish. You know, that's what councils were generally down through the years associated with. But what were the big issues that you felt were coming on the door?
I would say immigration. Absolutely huge. You know, as I said in the very beginning, this all started, I'm not against people coming into it. Of course I'm not. I think they enrich a society to no end. But if we don't have strict border controls, as we would in any other country, and what I said then, and I say it now, you cannot put 200 people onto a 52-seater bus.
No, it wouldn't be practical. And have you had a chance to look at some of the other tallies as well? How do you think some of your other outgoing colleagues are getting on?
You know what it is? Even this morning, I heard a bit on the radio. I didn't look at the baskets. I have a lot of family here who are just looking at baskets, but it's not something I actually do. You know, and with regard to other councillors, I wouldn't even comment on that. I mean, you know, it's a political blood sport when it comes to election, and you know, some seem to be doing very well, and others seem to be worried about their position. But I'd rather not comment on that. I hope they all do well.
And looking at some of the tallies, it looks like there could potentially be another independent candidate on Kilkenny County Council. I'm sure you'd welcome more independents being elected to Kilkenny County Council, and maybe people from other parties as well, because it kind of brings that kind of diversity of opinion to local politics, because over the last 10 years it's been very dominated by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
It's absolutely required. It's absolutely necessary. I don't care what party it is, or indeed independence. The stranglehold that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have had over Kilkenny County Council for that many years. The mayoralty is controlled by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. That's why you get Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael mayors, and the chair of Kilkenny County Council, plus all of the chairmen of the various committees. And we have to shake it. It's absolutely vitally important that we look to new candidates, young candidates particularly, and that we shake it up. It needs to be shaken up, and quite frankly, I felt it on the canvas that people in Kilkenny, in Ireland, are sick and tired of the old way. It really is going to get, in my opinion, a really serious shake-up in the general election.
Absolutely, that could be towards the end of this year. We don't know. And if, say, playing devil's advocate here, if you got a very solid, good vote, would you consider running as an independent in a general election?
If I got a solid, good vote here, I will be a candidate in the general election. There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely. Well, Eugene, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Round. Wish you every success for the rest of the day.
You heard it first.
Yeah. And you're very welcome back to the local. And you're very welcome back to the local election account here in Kilkenny. We just have a small correction to make. Well, in fact, a pretty big correction to make. We didn't include that Luke O'Connor is running for the Irish Freedom Party in the local elections here in Kilkenny City. Luke O'Connor contested the local elections in 2019 as an independent, and he's now running for the Irish Freedom Party. And we'd just like to correct the record on that. So that gives you 20 candidates running for 7 seats in the Kilkenny City electoral area. So that's where we are.
Apologies there to Luke O'Connor. It just flicked through the PowerPoint, so apologies, sincere apologies, Luke.
Exactly.
Will
Yep.
you introduce our next guest?
Yeah, and our next guest.
Stand down a little bit.
Yeah, we're delighted to be joined by Ireland first candidate.
The Irish people.
The Irish people, sorry, I beg your pardon, Stephen Delaney. You're very welcome to the Irish Political Roundup. Stephen, we're looking at the tallies there. You're somewhere in around 2.5%. For first time, you must be reasonably pleased with that.
I'm actually extremely proud of myself for what I've achieved, to be honest. If you look at some other first-time candidates, their returns are not as high. But to be fair, I'm the 9th candidate in 9. So, it's hard to judge off the percentages. My politics is nationalism. And because of the way our country has, married itself to Europe, it's not a popular position to hold at the minute. So it's very hard to convince people to come off a very stable but destructive relationship with Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and come on side with something like
I
this.
suppose in the area, and you vouch for this, Paddy, you're going up against some very, very big beasts, very, very experienced. I think beast would be a bit of wouldn't be the correct number, very, very experienced, well-established politicians from those main parties.
If you look at Pat Fitzpatrick alone, got 2,200 votes last time, and it's Fianna Fáil. Yeah, it's traditionally a Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael area up north, with a bit of Labour thrown into the mix. So you are trying to break the mold. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. No. Irish people.
Yeah.
When did they come about? I haven't heard of them before this election, which is probably an ignorance on my part as opposed to their standing.
No, it's not actually, because we've kind of come in under the radar a little bit. But the Irish people itself is mainly a collective of activists, people who have been not particularly involved in the political sphere, but we've been involved on-street activism. And
is it a political party? Or
yeah,
is
it is a fully registered party. They call it a technical party, but it's yes or no to that. We are a political party, and essentially what it is advocacy for the Irish people's position on the land of Ireland. We want to take the maximum position in terms of our position here. So
And from talking to various other councillors from across the political parties, immigration was coming up a lot. I'm sure you were getting that on the doors, and I'm sure there would have been people that would have been, supportive and agreeing with some of your positions on that topic.
Yeah. Now on the doors, everyone agrees with me on immigration. The problem is that people are afraid to do anything other than I would say the Irish thing, which is be as charitable as possible as you can. And I think because that's part of our character as an Irish nation, which I love about us, people are afraid to take any type of a step towards a hard stance or a moderate stance on immigration. And I think what we wanted to offer was, our slogan on that as a party was sensible immigration, not open borders. So the word sensible, we feel, is important. We don't think there's any sensibility to the way it's being handled now.
Sorry to interject. Is it possible people on the doors were being polite? 'Cause I noticed in 2016, I went around canvassing with a cousin of mine who ran as an independent. He wasn't successful, but he got a brilliant reception in Graignamanagh, to the point where we thought he was topping the poll. Yeah. And then the day we went into the town centre, I was talking to Patrick McKee, and I was like, "How are you going, Patrick?" And he's like, "Fabulous. I got a great reception in Graignamanagh." And I was like,
Wow.
Yeah. So is it just a case people are being polite?
Agreeable. People are very agreeable. In Ireland, people don't want to go against the grain. So whoever comes to their door, I think they've agreed with everyone. But at the same time, they have to sit down and have a think, what do they want? And I don't think this time around we've been successful politically, as even outside of my party, as a large group of people agitating to change the way the country's being run. I don't think we've been successful politically in the political sphere, but we have been successful in changing what's known as the Overton window, which is public opinion has actually changed. There's a huge amount of anger out there, but I think the people are actually hoping that the establishment listens to them and that they will be the ones to change it rather than put someone like me in. And that's what I think. That's where I think the nuance is there. They agree with us, but they want the mainstream to do the work.
And what would you make of Simon Harris? He's come in as a new Taoiseach, and the tone, particularly around immigration, that immigration has to be, firm, fair, that we need to, if people are waiting on a decision, that they get it relatively quickly compared to the system that was there beforehand.
Yeah. I think that was electioneering. What you're going to see now is the topic of immigration is going to disappear from mainstream media and legacy media, and it will only reappear when the likes of myself and others like me agitate for change again when something happens, like a migrant centre is announced in a small town. For instance, if you take the government policy, which Simon Harris has been the main driver of, and before him Leo Varadkar, they've been demographically changing towns to the tune of 10 to 20% overnight. Which is, to non-native overnight, which is not how integration works. Integration works over time and through acceptance, not through force.
No, I have no information on this. I bow to your knowledge of it, but the 20% figure seems to be high for the population of a town.
Yeah, it is. Like 20% is 1/5. Just to keep in mind now. Places like Lisdoon Varna have actually had something like 60% non-natives being brought in due to the type of buildings that were in the area. They were used for housing. So the natives feel ostracised now, which it is genuinely an ostracisation of local people when you move what I call a parallel society in. And I don't think there's any hope for integration at that percentage. There's no hope for integration.
Okay. Well, Stephen, firstly, congratulations on your first election campaign. It's not easy when you're going against established parties, and you have a base there to build from for 5 years' time, or maybe we might even see you running in a general election. We don't know. But Stephen, thanks a million for taking the time to talk with us here on the Irish Political Roundup.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks. Have a good day.
Oh, yeah. And next up, I believe it's I think we have the tallies or the year. Oh, we have tallies. Sorry. If you want to go through that, Paddy, so you want to have a look and give us a kind of a rundown of where we think things are. Of course, tallies they are an estimate. They can be very, very accurate, or sometimes they can be way off. There were issues this morning. We have a more clear picture now.
So according to the tallies, we have a 9,000 turnout, which is 46%. Again, held warning, I don't trust that.
Yeah.
But on the basis of...
What's that?
Sorry. On the basis of that 9,000, we have Johnny Brennan on 1,031.
We're talking about the Castlecomer electoral area here.
Yeah. Mary Hilda Kavanagh has 1,445 votes. So she will be the highest Fine Gael candidate up there.
Okay.
Sorry, it's hard to read these. Fitzpatrick seems to be over 2,000 votes.
Wow.
Again, which is no surprise. They're followed by Fianna Fáil, Bonza McCarthy, 1, 2, 6,
Michael
7.
McCarthy, yeah.
And then you have Michael Delaney on 814 votes.
Okay.
Again, warning, I don't trust this tally.
Yeah.
I'm sure the talliers will be highly offended by that, but
Yeah, because there was issues this morning. The original plan was they were going to tally Callan-Thomastown, and all the talliers had all their sheets ready to go.
I suppose the big surprise,
Ready to go.
The big surprise
but then
in
they
this
started tallying Comer, so.
big surprise this election is probably Maurice Shortall.
Yeah.
Who seems to have broken the 1,000 vote mark.
Well.
And he's ahead, according to the tallies, he's ahead of Councillor Dennis Hines of Sinn Féin
Right. So
by approximately 60, 70 votes.
if you were to kind of call it, who's
I'd imagine Maurice Shortall independent with the name, with the independent tag, is more transfer friendly than Sinn Féin.
Yes.
It's a
so
gut feeling. It's not based on any evidence so far.
so if we were to take
I'm
a
talking
very
out of me, left side of me.
if we were to take a very rough call, would we say 3 Fianna Fáil, 2 Fine Gael, 1 independent?
I think at the moment on these figures, that's fair.
Yep.
Michael Denny's a little bit behind, but again, he'll probably have a Pat Fitzpatrick surplus
Yes.
to work from. Daniel Burke on 307 votes, Stephen Delaney 215. That's everyone up there at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. And I suppose they'll be probably the first two eliminated. So
Yeah,
so
I
that
imagine so.
that their votes will have to be distributed. So that's the
And they
Castlecomer
might,
electorate area.
they might distribute the surpluses first.
Yes,
To save
the time.
expenses.
Okay.
I think if memory serves me correctly, I could be wrong. I'll double check it, but a candidate needs to get a quarter of a quota to get their expenses back.
By the
Again,
time they're eliminated. Yeah,
health warning on everything I say, 'cause I don't trust
yeah,
myself.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we have, I think the next one is Kilkenny City. I think it's in the next.
Tallies
So
in Kilkenny City.
seven candidates. Sorry, seven seats at play here. 20 candidates.
There's only 41% of boxes open, so this is not an indication of anything
Okay, so
other than the current state of affairs. It's not going to tell you the run order. It's not going to tell you who's elected, who's not, who's in
Yeah,
trouble. There's no one in
exactly.
trouble at the moment.
this is what we call a very rough estimate.
Yeah. So, Ake Homan,
Yeah.
apologies if I mispronounced that,
Yeah.
256 votes.
Okay,
Johnny Azza, 52 votes.
right.
Evan Barry, 269 votes. Martin Brett of Fine Gael, 389. You have Andrea Cleere of Labour on 250. You have John Coonan of Field Fall putting a very strong performance at the moment, 596. Now again, we
Okay.
don't know what boxes are open.
Yeah.
That could have been his home box. All 40% could have been his area.
Yeah, no,
So we don't know
we
his
have
match.
no idea.
Councillor Dollard, 486 votes. Dave Fitzgerald, very, very strong performance with Dave Fitzgerald of Fine Gael, 985.
Wow, nearly 1,000 votes.
985 votes. Liam Heffernan Independent, 135.
Okay.
So those figures, he'd be eliminated early on.
Okay,
But again,
okay.
41% they could get a spike
Yeah,
or a
yeah.
boost. Joe Malone, the
Current mayor of Kilkenny, yeah.
George Salvonia, Kilkenny City, 783 votes.
Very good vote there.
Again, 41% open, so
Yeah,
that will go up. He'll
that
get
will
more
go
votes.
up.
They'll
yeah,
all
yeah,
get more votes.
Yeah.
Michael McGrath, Independent, 58 votes.
58 votes.
Andrew McGuinness, 1,227 votes.
Right. So
He's well in the lead on the 14% of boxes open at the moment.
but he could potentially be a little bit back on what he was in 2019. We don't know.
We don't know. Eugene McGuinness, 909 votes.
Okay.
O'Brien, Sinn Féin, 158. Luke O'Connor, 237. Mark O'Farrell, Sinn Féin, 121.
Okay.
121 votes. Seán Ó with a very respectful 538 so
Yeah,
far.
it's very respectable. We were chatting to Sean there earlier on.
O'Neill of the Social Democrats, 417, also
Oh, very respectable for
yeah,
a first
so
time
far.
candidate.
so far. Kevin Shore, People Before Profit, 79 votes. And then you have Welsh, apologies, I can't remember his first name. Or her first
No,
name.
no, it was. Yeah.
Noel G. Welsh.
Noel G.
sorry,
Welsh, yeah.
Sorry. 22 votes.
Okay. Okay.
So at the moment, there's 7,967 votes tallied, which will be turnout 39%. But
39%. So it's
so far in those 41% of boxes, but it's all to play for still.
it's very much all to play for there. So that's
It's not even half time.
no.
No.
We're only getting started, as I said.
And if it was Man United now, you'd be 2-0 down, like so.
Yeah, probably. But we come back and we win 3-2, like So that's the tallies from the Castlecomer. So that's the tallies from the Castlecomer and the Kilkenny electoral area. We'll be back to you in a few minutes. We'll bring you more tallies and we'll have a look at the European elections as well. And I'm delighted to be joined here now with my colleague Paddy Manning and outgoing Fine Gael councillor for the Callan-Thomastown area, Patrick O'Neill. Patrick, you're here. This is your kind of probably one of your last official acts as a county councillor. I suppose a lot of looking back, but a lot of looking forward to as well. How are things going in your area, Callan-Thomastown?
Well, look, it's only early days. It's hard to say. Callan box has been open. Joe Lyon's very strong. Stephanie Doheney seems to be polling okay. Some of Joe Sheridan seems to be polling okay in some of the boxes as a new candidate as well. So look, it's very early days, but it looks like Joe Lyons has held a strong vote in his own area, which is going to be key to him being comfortably elected again. Outside of that, it's very hard to say what way things are going in our area as of yet. So yeah, look, there's only maybe I'd say 15% of the vote have been tallied there.
Yeah, exactly. And you had three seats there, and I suppose you'd be delighted if you could return the three, but it would be a bit of a task at the moment.
Yeah, like I suppose it all depends on the Sinn Féin vote and how that comes, and I suppose nationally they've been on a bit of a downward trend, and then so I find the Callan-Thomastown area is a very conservative area in general. It's probably their least strong area. So if that trend continues or follow through in the vote, they may be under pressure for a seat, and that will open it up obviously for hopefully Fine Gael to hold their three that we have. So that's probably what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, and Paddy, we were talking about that earlier on. Last time, about 15% of people voted for an independent candidate in Callan-Thomastown. There's no independent running this time, so very interesting to see where that 15%
There's no
goes.
fringe party, protest party, any sort of alternative party. It's all Fine Gael, Sinn Féin, Fianna Fáil, and one Green.
It's as establishment as you can get.
Well, that's it. Like, and that's been the trend across a lot of local areas. It's lack of options for people. Like, there's a lot of frustration out there. There's no doubt about it. But I suppose people are frustrated with government. They're frustrated with opposition. They're frustrated with everything. But there hasn't really been a whole lot of alternatives for them to vote for in a lot of local areas. You know, the main parties are the only ones that are running candidates. So those votes have to go somewhere. And so it's going to come down to which candidate I suppose people feel at a local level is going to work for them. And if they pick up the phone and ring and that they're going to answer and do the job.
Absolutely. And Fine Gael has had a change of leadership before this local election. Do you think that has had an impact from what the bits you've seen on the doors?
Yeah, I think so. To be fair, I think it has given us a bit of a bounce, a bit of energy. Not to the level that we would love it to be, but I think things weren't going well after the referendum with Leo, etc. And I think Simon, as he is full of energy, etc. He's out and about. He's done a lot. I can see from with other councillors across the country. He's put time and effort into it. And look, I think it might be a better day than we were expecting about 4 weeks ago,
Fine Gael were stagnating with Leo. Would you agree?
Oh, 100%. We've 100% stagnated. Like, as being in government for so long, it's kind of hard to... It's very hard to go up more so than... We've kind of hit that 20 to mid-20s mark for the last 5-7 years even, and have struggled to get out of it. And if anything, it looks like we're going to go down more so than go up. Like, politics is very fractured at the minute, and it's I don't think any party when it comes to next general election are going to be polling over 25%. So the next government is going to be extremely interesting how it's all going to play out. Independents are going to play a big part in it, but are independents going to want to form a government? Are they going to want to get involved? Are they going to want to make decisions that are going to maybe go against how it got them elected? So it's going to be, politics is in for a very, very, very interesting 12 to 18 months in Ireland.
And you're bowing out. You're still a relatively young man,
58.
Do you said this is the end of your politics for you, or do you think you might come back in the future?
I can't say for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if I find it today kind of hard to watch.
Yeah.
And look, I really enjoy it. It's always something that I took pride in doing. I found it very difficult the last 12 or 18 months to do it. I think it's only I wouldn't feel right trying to run for a seat that I couldn't do the job properly. So I think it's the right decision for me to step away now. I have 2 small kids. I have a busy job and home life as well. And look, for now, it's the right call. But I've no doubt in the future, if I feel I have the time to give it, I'd be very much interested in doing something along these lines again.
I must say their 2 children are behind us, and they're being as good as gold.
For a change.
Unlike the father. You've been a councillor 10 years.
Yeah.
What was the high point?
Look, I suppose you'd have to say the year he had as mayor of Kilkenny City. That obviously opened up a lot of doors and opportunities, and going to events representing Kilkenny, being, I suppose it was great to see how good a brand Kilkenny is internationally within Ireland, everything that Kilkenny has to offer, and that was just a great year. And yeah, look, there were so many highlights in those 12 months, and I felt like I suppose it was a really strange situation as I was a rural person being mayor of Kilkenny City. And I suppose I had a lot to prove. I felt when I got in, I wanted to be a little bit different. To, I suppose you had the same faces for a long, long time there doing that job. And I think I covered myself fairly well in that year and, gave it the role, the justification that it deserved. But outside of that, like just seeing the work that goes on across my own local neck of the woods in Bennettsbridge, Cleere, Dunbell, like Callan-Thomastown, Danes Fort, not Cove Valley Hill, bits and pieces there would have supported me. Cuff Strange, it's always great to help someone, and that's nearly better than anything of my own achievements. Helping someone with an issue is always going to be some form of highlight.
Equally, you ran for. In 2016, you were a co-campaign manager for John Field. 2020, you ran yourself for a general election. National politics. If you had been elected to Dáil Éireann, given your workload now and how busy you are, do you think you would have been able to keep at? Would you have stuck at it? Because, it's hard. Once you're in that, it's hard to get out. I think people do feel indebted to the people who vote them in.
Yeah. Look, if I was elected to Dáil, obviously I would have been having to pack in the 9 to 5 job. There's no way you can do both. Bar a bit of farming on the side of it, but you were going to have to get someone else in to do a lot of the day-to-day work. I always had that ambition to get to national level. That was always not something I ever shied away from. I always kind of said it. I never saw myself being a councillor forever. If I didn't feel like I'd make that next step, I would probably, I had my chance in 2020. It didn't go well. Look, it wasn't. I kind of expected it not to be my day anyway. The way polls were going, it was just a hard campaign for Fine Gael. Politics is all about timing. Realistically, at the end of the day, particularly as a new candidate, you probably need someone to step out to let you in more so than anything in an established party. And look, I really enjoyed it. It was a really tough campaign. The problem with it was that I suppose I was nominated maybe a year before the election, and there was no date for the election. And you're kind of like, you have party people telling you need to be out camps, need to be doing this, and I'm working a 9 to 5 job that you couldn't give up. So literally, it was a 3-week campaign once the election was called or whatever it was, and that's all you had to do to cover the ground. And it's very hard to, I was happy with my performance on that day, but I was never really at the races, to be fair. But for what I had, polled nearly 4,000 odd votes that time, I was quite happy on a bad day for the party.
9 to 5, Monday to Friday, you finish at 5:30, go home. All you want to do is sit down. The last thing you want to do is go on canvas, knock on doors, campaign.
Well, that was the last local election. That was what I was doing, working 9 to 5 and out into the doors for 3-4 months solid. And it wasn't straightforward, but there was no way I could have done it now with the small kids and the job. I've moved roles in the job, so I'm a bit more important now than I was 5 years ago. So I can't be avoiding certain bits of the day job as I wasn't involved in 5 years ago. So yeah, it's politics the way it's gone, local level in particular. It is a full-time job. It's going to be very hard for anyone who gets involved to hold down a 9 to 5, because one is going to suffer if not the other, or both are going to suffer. So that was the way I was finding it. And unfortunately, politics started to suffer more so in the last 12 to 18 months on my side, because at the end of the day, it's the 9 to 5 that is the priority. Unfortunately, you can't juggle it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Pat, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. And from Roisin, myself and Paddy, we wish you every success into the future. And we'd also like to say thank you for all your help, your support and your encouragement of the channel, the Irish Political Roundup. And as I said, we appreciate the support and we wish you every success for the future.
You're more than welcome, Paul. Thank you very much.
I'm now delighted to be, and I'm now delighted to be joined by Pat O'Neill Senior. Pat is a former Fine Gael councillor and senator as well, and the tally master as well. Pat, you've had a look at the tally figures. How are they looking?
Well, look, I mean, as we said, it's not a pure science, but it gives us indications. And look, I think we're able to call, in the Castlecomer area, we're able to call five of the 6 seats.
Okay.
In the Kilkenny City area. I could nearly call the 7 seats now.
Do you want to stick your neck on the block here?
No, well, I'll give you options. Well, definitely elected are going to be Andrew McGuinness, Eugene McGuinness, Joe Malone, David Fitzgerald, John Coonan.
Okay.
Now, I do think Seán Ó hArgáin will be elected, and I think Maria Dollard will be elected. I'm giving you the 7 now.
Wow, that would be a big up. Sinn Féin running 3 candidates.
They were extending themselves, but then I suppose when they made that choice, they were running at 33-34% in polls.
Yes.
And as I said, electorates can be, things change in politics.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And Sinn Féin had a write-off in the last local election. They elected no councillor in Kilkenny the last time, and it could happen again.
Really?
Could happen again. Because the last seat in Castlecomer area is going to come down to Dennis Hines versus Michael Delaney.
Right.
I think Michael Delaney may scrape over the line with Pat Fitzpatrick's surplus.
Yeah, and Pat is going to have a big surplus.
Big surplus. I mean, yeah, but he will go everything. But he should favour Michael Delaney. He's running around 60-70 behind Dennis Hines at present.
Yeah.
But another thing in that will be the votes of the 2 independents.
Yes.
Burke and Delaney. They have around 600 votes between them.
Okay.
Where will they go?
That's an interesting question.
Where will they go? They could go anywhere.
And in the Callan-Thomastown
No,
area,
it's too early. We only have 5-6 boxes tallied. In the south, it's looking like Pat Dunphy's going to have nearly 2 quarters.
wow.
Nearly 2 quarters. Fidel Doherty will be elected. Ger Frisbee will be elected. Tomas Bannock will be elected. The last seat then is going to be between Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin.
Right.
That's at present.
Okay.
At present. So you'll have a Fine Gael elimination, but that'll favour Fidel Doherty. So they won't drift, we say, towards Fianna Fáil. Fianna Fáil will have an elimination, may put their person ahead of Sinn Féin.
Yeah.
Sinn Féin will have an elimination. So it depends, and there's no independents really running down there.
No, and it's very interesting as well. At the last local elections in Callan-Thomastown, independents got around 15% of the vote. There's no independent running in Callan-Thomastown.
No.
Where's all that vote going to go?
Well, see, it's gone somewhere. Yeah. So, yeah. Now, I mean, I've just seen a few boxes. I mean, as this is local elections, so it depends where you're from. Yeah. You're going to, it's not like general elections. You're going to get votes. So, like Joe Sheridan is doing well in Kells. I mean, Deirdre Cullen is doing well in Bennettsbridge.
Oh, yeah.
Chap Cleere is doing well in Graignamanagh.
Yeah.
Michael Doyle is doing well in Asseig.
Yeah.
Joe Lyons is doing well in Callan. But also the Sinn Féin lady is doing well in Callan. And David Kennedy is doing well down Ballyhale, Knockchover. So it's going to be an interesting one. If Sinn Féin come with a seat, it'll be the Callan-Thomastown area.
Right. Wow, that would be a big surprise and probably a bit of a letdown for them. They were probably hoping to get
I was
at least 3 seats.
I was giving them a seat in every electoral area, which was 4 seats, and maybe a chance of 2 in the city. But then things changed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And Pat, when do you think we'll actually have a first count for somewhere in Kilkenny?
How long is a piece of string? At this stage, we were told that these people, because European votes are being taken out of this hall and brought to Cork, and that our local election count will start at 3 o'clock. Because you know, all that staff there are leaving. None of those are Kilkenny staff.
Okay.
All new staff have to come in.
Right.
By the time I'd say it'll be 4 o'clock by the time we start to count.
Wow. Starting the count.
Starting a count.
And we could have.
We'll be going till 2 a.m.
Wow.
I think you may, and what will slow down, the Castlecomer area will slow down enormously because it's not too bad eliminating people. But when you have to deal with surpluses, you have to go through every vote. And Pat Fitzpatrick's going to have a major surplus, and Mary Hilda's going to have a surplus. Right. So there's 2 surpluses to be distributed there, and that will slow it down enormously.
Kilkenny City, there's 20 candidates, so that's going to take time.
Because the bottom 5 or 6 could be eliminated at the same time.
Okay.
And it's easy when you eliminate somebody because you're looking for their number 2, where the 2 is, or where the 3 is gone. That's not. But the surplus is what slows it down.
100%.
And also then when people get elected, we say, if I got eliminated and elected you, and you were 220 over the quota, we have to look at all my votes that we say you got, and they'll go through a percentage then of I have 20 of a surplus. So it's not the 2s that were previously. It's the 2s that elect you. So people say, "Oh, I gave you a number 2." You might never see that vote. You might never see that vote. The only votes that are any good are number 1s or votes choose when somebody's going to be eliminated.
Yeah, exactly. And with your Fine Gael hat on, the change of leadership, do you think that has had an impact on the local election
Well, I think
result?
it has. I think it has. Yeah, I mean, look, Leo Varadkar, I supported him when he was going for leadership. I thought he would say do a good job for Fine Gael. I was very disappointed with his performance. I didn't think he cut the mustard with the people.
Yeah.
Simon Harris, within 1 hour of Leo resigning, I contacted Simon Harris and told him to go for it.
Right.
I said, I know you have a lot of commitments, a young family and things like that, but I said you might only get one chance. Simon Harris is a very able person, and I think he has made a difference to Fine Gael, because usually the government parties get a whipping in a local elections. And okay, the Fine Gael vote, we're more likely could lose 2 seats because Patrick, my son, not running in Callan-Thomastown was always going to be, and like Ára Kelly has a chance of retaining a seat. We'd more likely lose a seat in the city.
Yeah, because Ben.
Martin Brett. I mean, look, I was given that seat to Sinn Féin, but it looks like it's going to be a Labour, a Green Party get the last 2 seats there. Yeah.
It'll be a very, very interesting turn up
Yeah.
for the book. Well, Pat, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on Kilkenny Community. Sorry, on the Irish Political Roundup, and very best of luck with the rest of the
Just see
family.
young people interested in politics.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. And I'm delighted to be joined here by outgoing Fianna Fáil councillor Matt Doran and his replacement, Joe Sheridan, who's running for Fianna Fáil. Lads, we've had a look at the tallies, and Joe, it's looking very promising. And Matt, you really got the vote out.
Look, it was a team effort, and absolutely thrilled for Joe.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably a mixed day for me. Sad to be going, but I'm so pleased for my good friend Joe to be where he is, like in such a third position. You know.
You've been a councillor since 2002, Matt, if I'm correct.
22 great years, Paul. Absolutely fantastic. I wouldn't change a day of it. But look, there comes a time then when you have to make a call, and Joe put up his hand, and couldn't have sought a better man to try and fill the space, and he's doing it without question. Like, yeah.
Absolutely. And Joe, of course, this is a tally, and there's margins for error, and these things should be taken with a pinch of salt at the same time. But it's looking very, very good for you so far.
Yeah, it is. Look, I'm extremely pleased. To be honest with you, I'm overwhelmed really with the vote and the support I'm after getting. And again, I just want to mention Matt. Like, Matt I've always said it, he's probably the finest councillor Kilkenny's ever had, and it's a big loss to the county and for everybody, especially in the Callan-Thomastown area, that Matt is departing. And look, I've friends with Matt over 20 years, and we've worked together on different projects for 15 years or so, and I've learned a lot from him, and you know, I'd like to just continue Matt's good work, you know, but I can't say enough about Matt, and he's helped me through this campaign, and I don't think I would have got anything like the vote I would have got unless Matt was with me along the way. You know?
And I'm sure Matt will be there in the background if you have any questions, if you need help into the future. But I'm sure, as Maurice Shortall said to someone he helped before, now we got elected, put on the working pants.
Absolutely. And work starts tomorrow morning probably, you know. We have a busy week lined up, so look, it's fantastic, and we couldn't have asked for a better day. And you know, you just have to acknowledge the community out there and the public.
Yeah.
The response, the respect, the courtesy we got at every door was absolutely incredible. You know, it was overwhelming. Just pure encouragement and wishes well, and tag me and wish Joe well, and that's the way it was at every single door. I wanted Joe to, you know, just have to acknowledge the public out there. Like.
And Paddy, you've had a look at the figures. What do you think?
I know you said there's a margin of error, but according to the tallies, you're 400 over the quota, so I don't think there's that much of a margin of error. But yeah, first time candidate getting elected in the first time with a surplus. What's your secret? Apart from Matt.
Apart from Matt, look, I suppose over the years I've been fortunate. Like, I've been involved, I suppose, in a lot of community groups over the years, and not only in Kells, but in Stonyford, Hugginstown, Kilmagany, Donemag, and Dane Sport. And like, I think that has helped me along the way. You know, there's no doubt about it, and I know a lot of people. I suppose I'm 55, so I suppose I've plenty of years knocking around the place, and I suppose that has helped as well, you know. But look, apart from Matt, I mean, I'd some other fantastic people with me, shoulder to shoulder along the way, and I've fantastic family. You know, so it's been great.
You have a busy time because you're opening a pub soon enough. So
yeah, that's probably the biggest. The main question, people are at the doorstep, when are you opening the pub? But look, I'm getting around to it as well, you know, and I think it'll be good for Kells and the community as well to get Shirley's open again, and look, I'm looking forward to that as well. Yeah, I'll be busy.
And it looks like your other colleagues, like Chap Cleere, is going to top the poll with 2,002 votes, which is a massive vote. And Deirdre Cullen is obviously, she's done fairly well. So it looks very likely you're going to retain the 3 seats.
It is, yeah, which would be absolutely fantastic. And I think that was the goal from day one, that we could retain them 3 seats. And it's looking good. It's certainly looking good at the moment, and hopefully that's the way it'll be, you know.
Yeah, and with the new council emerging, you'll be looking from the outside. Matt, what do you think are the big kind of challenges that they will face, and what they'll have to grasp with fairly quickly?
Actually, look, I suppose if you were to go by the concerns on the doorstep, you know, it's roads, speed, and just, I suppose, something that we took on, Joe and myself, was just to try and help the elderly there. You know, they need a lot of help and support. They're living longer, they want to stay at home, and, you know, we vowed to really up our game on that one again and maintain that, you know, that help to the elderly who need it so badly. But there's so many issues around, and the new ones arise. But look, Joe is an experienced guy, maybe not on the council, but he has a lot of experience built up, and I won't be too far away if he needs me to give him a little talk or whatever.
Actually, I know there's no vacancy now, but Kathleen potentially is going to Europe. There will be a by-election within 6 months unless they call an early general election. Any eye on the national stage?
No, I to be honest with you, I when people say politics to me, I think I'm more kind of community man than anything else. So I hadn't, to be honest with you, today was all about getting elected onto the council, and that's as far as I'm thinking now at the moment, to be honest with you,
So throw you a curveball.
Make you think. But lads, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here on the Irish Political Roundup. And of course, as we said, it's only a tally, but it's looking very good for you to retain the seat.
As it is now, as it stands, we're absolutely over the moon with what we see, and we just hope it stacks up, and the experts tell us it will. So we're happy.
Yep. Gents, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us.
Paul.
Thanks, Joe. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. and I'm delighted to be joined now here by former Mayor of Kilkenny, Mary Fitzpatrick. Mary, we're delighted to have you here on the Irish Political Roundup again. You've had a look at the tallies. What do you make of everything so far?
Well, I think at the minute there's a bit of confusion. Of course, we'd all have our own favourites, Paul. And I'm delighted for Seán Ó, hArgáin. And I will say about Seán Ó, hArgáin, he would make an excellent councillor. He's up front, he's honest. If he says he can do it, he'll do it. And that, but I would have liked to see more females getting in. But then I know it's difficult for women in politics, let it be local or national. It takes up a lot of time, and if you're married or have children, whatever the case may be, it's very difficult.
It is very difficult. I did a kind of a quick little tally of, say, the outgoing councillors, and a lot of them are either retired or self-employed, so it's nearly, if you're going to try to attract more people into politics, especially women, that's going to be, that's set up as a challenge.
For that, though, Paul, is in school. The education system in this country doesn't cater for politics, let it be local or national. And I think through that transition year, there's so much can be done with those young people around politics and the importance of being involved and the importance of using their vote. Now, according to the statistics, it was only really a 50% turnout in Kilkenny. I mean, if you look at our own statistics, we have about 75% of young people, and the rest is made up of all of us, OAPs, that have been there and done that, and would have been stringent about getting up there and going down there and casting your vote. Now, I was there yesterday morning, quite early, and the thing I was listening to with the older people, as I was collecting my pension, was that the farm there was too many people on the farm, and they had their minds made up before they went in, and it was to try and find them on the farm. They found that difficult.
20 candidates running for Kilkenny City, so this cow's going to take a while.
I think for me, it proves that the government were wrong when they took away the borough councils. And I know the borough council was only made up of 12, but for me, and I'll say it openly and outright, it was a stupid idea. You look at the city at the moment, how many derelict sites are in and amongst their high street? Rates have gone up, rents have gone up, businesses cannot afford what's going on within the city. And I mean, I'm born, bred and reared, and I'm lucky if I go into the city now once a month. Parking is restricted or it's too expensive. You can't park on the high street. Bicycles are going to either side, up and down. I wish to God somebody would tell people that those crossings in High Street are courtesy crossings. They're supposed to stand and let the traffic stop for them, not the other way around where you're slapping brakes on in cars and running across those. The traffic lights at the parade could do with a little bit of a change to get traffic moving more swiftly. There's constantly a back up in Patrick Street and up by Kilkenny Castle. Having to get into John Street and go all the way around the Ring Road or go down by Dunn Stores and get up that bridge there, you're still caught in traffic. And then you're going back up John Street, you can't get parking. Anywhere along there, John's Green is full, that's €5 a day. Up the back of hArgáin, that's €5 a day. Then you have outside the local supermarkets there. When the new hotel goes in at the station, that parking is going to be gone as well.
Yeah.
So I think when they did away with the borough councils and gave this power over to the county councils, that was to the detriment of the Kilkenny City.
Yeah. Because in a lot of cases, the borough council was cash rich and the council was cash poor. So, by abolishing it, the council got a boost.
Oh, the council got a boost, but also so did the rural villages get a boost, whereas the city was left without. And I think it's because there are only 6 really city sitting councillors, and if there's 26 sitting, 6 against 20 is not going to win.
No.
And we need money in the city. I'm not saying bring back, I don't know whether bringing back the borough council at this stage would work. Maybe it would. But I still feel it was the most stupidest mistake that was ever made was taking away the borough council power.
And
we have a city hall up there, and I'd say there's about 10 staff working up there. The electricity bill, I'd say, is bigger than the salaries.
Yeah.
You know, so no common sense. Common sense is gone.
Absolutely. Roisin, you've been sitting here listening to Mary. Have you any thoughts on what she may have said?
I've been a great admirer of Mary Fitzpatrick, former Labour Party representative and county councillor, mayor, and many, many more. What you've done for women and children in Kilkenny. And everybody, when I was on the local radio, everybody, whenever Mary Fitzpatrick, you came on, whenever you came on, what you have to say, you bring a lot of value and common sense.
Well, that's what's missing in today's world, is common sense and common sense thinking. What I didn't do for profile. You have to have a heart, you have to have commitment, and you have to have humanity. And above all else, you have to have respect of people. If you don't respect people and where they're at, we all have our own stories to tell, and we can all host a pity party if we feel like it. But the majority of people that I work side by side with, and in the local authority areas, I love those local authority areas. I've worked with young boys, young girls. Lone parents were great. I found them, and the older generation, and the stories they would tell you, and they would tell you to F off if you were tormenting them. You know, and it's the respect I had for people, I think, that won me all along on the way. And even today, 20 years later, my children would say to me, "Oh, Mammy, someone was asking for you." I wouldn't have a notion who they'd be talking about. I'd be saying, "Hold on there now a minute, where they're from, or who was their mother, who was their father," and I could go back that way. But I do miss meeting the local public. I don't go down the high street that often. Health hasn't been great with me, but I used to be able to drive up and in around the communities and go in and chat and talk to all of the people. I do miss that. But I will get back on my feet and I will do it.
And Mary, you know, you were many, many achievements with you, and everyone loves and always talks about the story between you, Margaret Tynan, and all the other women in the county council.
Oh, listen, Margaret Tynan was an amazing woman. Carmel Boyd was another amazing woman. And over at Margaret Tynan could phone you. Something might have gone on at the corporation meeting. Get yourself over here tomorrow and explain. I wasn't even Fine Gael party. And I'd go over anyway, and she should have Carmel Boyd, Elaine Bradshaw, Margaret Tynan, and myself. And of course, Elaine would have to be getting the coffee and the tea and the biscuits and all ready. And Margaret would start, and then Carmel Boyd would start on top of that. And it would end up in a row. And then someone would check out the whiskey or the brandy, whatever the case may be. And then Margaret could say to you at 2 o'clock in the morning, "Now here, we're going to bed." And they'd put you out. And they'd lean you up against the window. And I'd phone one of mine. I used to be thinking, which one would I phone now that would be the most polite to me in this condition? Anyway, I phoned Nicola, the eldest, and she phoned me. She said to me, "You don't have that Margaret Tynans again. How many times have I told you, stay out of that place?" And I thought, just come and get me, because the ground is coming up to meet me, you know. But stories like that, or maybe you could be up on the castle, or it could be anywhere, and Margaret Tynan and there's a big shout at you, "Get over here." Paddy Donnelly and herself, they were great. I remember a woman looking for a house one time. She couldn't get past Tony Walsh. Tony was saying, "Oh, well, no, she's on the list and the whole lot." And she said, "Is that fella upstairs?" This was in John's Green. And Tony said, "Oh, he's busy there now, he's having a meeting." "Well, so am I," she said. And up that stairs she pounded. Shoved open the door, and Paddy Donnelly was there. "I want you." And we said to the man, "Excuse me." And the man said, "Oh, I think I'll finish up and go. I know what they're looking for."
And Mary, you know, for many years, and Paul and I, we've interviewed you, Mary Hilda, and Betty Manning. You were a great team within the county council.
Oh gosh, we were a great team, and again, we often conferred with each other about different issues or different problems that were coming up. Now, Betty wasn't in the council, but if she had something that she needed saying, she would say it to Mary Hilda, and Mary Hilda would deliver. But within the corporation itself, Betty and I got on very, very well. Very well. And I'll tell you an instance that happened. Many, Betty might not remember it. But halfway through the meeting, Betty might look across at me and give me a nod for a cigarette. And she'd slip out first, or maybe I'd go first. But we always made it to the toilets. And as you know, in the corporation, the windows were very small. And we'd have to stand on the toilet bowl. And we'd be pulling fags and blowing smoke out through this small window. Unbeknownst to us, Donald O'Brien went along and got smoke alarms put into the place. And we're standing on top of this toilet, blowing smoke to the clouds, having a discussion, an intellectual discussion. And the next thing, the alarms went off. Two of us jumped down. She ran back to the meeting. I ran down to the front door and came back up a few minutes after. And Donald O'Brien excused himself from the lads, and he came down along and he said, I knew I'd catch the two of ye. I knew it was the two of ye were smoking. But, good memories, a good time. I enjoyed every minute that I was there, and I had great respect for the executive as in, and I know I had plenty of arguments with them, but I had respect for them as they had for me. And all of the councillors, Paul Cody, all of them, they were brilliant. They were brilliant.
Mary, you've, as we said, you've so many achievements. Which would be, could you name some of the achievements you've been most proud of?
See, I'm not ever one rushing to look back or go back. And I think the reason that these achievements, we were brought up in hard times. My father did the best he could for to work. My mother was an amazing woman. She put food on the table. We had problems in school with the nuns. Dear God, did we have problems with the nuns. And I was the mouthy one in the class. Seemingly, I used to cause quite a bit of a stir in the class. And I hated bullies. I hated being dictated to. And I think as I grew up and went along within community and community development, I could see that the money was coming into the city, but the executives were deciding what was going to be done with it within a community setting. Instead of coming into the community and saying, well, now, we have this amount of money, what would you see as being of benefit to you? And I couldn't take that kind of dictatorial attitude back then. And that's why I formed so many residents' committees. And I remember at one stage, the people in Osprey Park, their toilets were up the back. And I remember forming them and training them up into a committee, because going to any of these places as one person on your own, you need the committee behind you. And as we know, big changes happened then in Osprey Park after that. And wonderful, wonderful residents were up there at that time. They're still there, I'm sure. But that's what gave me the fight. And I suppose being stood on a corridor at one stage and being poked in the shoulder and told, your husband's going to die and there's nothing you or I can do about it. And there was another friend with me that night. And I never forgot that. And there was two sisters, ladies on the wards. And they came to me after and they said, you fight this. But things were different way back then. And you had to look up to these people. Or because they were of a certain level or a certain education, they looked down on you. And that's not the way life is. Because, as one big top fella said to me one time, I have letters after my name. Sure, I said, we'll all have letters. What do you mean, he said. R.I.P., he said, is going to be written on the headstone. I said, so I'll have letters every bit as good as yours. And he just said, as much as told me to leave.
Really?
So.
And did Mary Fitzpatrick leave?
Oh, I did, and I brought the door with me. Good bang on the way out. You know, these are things that I was proud of that I did. I fought for the underdog all of the time, and I still would. And I suppose the passion in my life at the moment are the lone parents.
Yeah.
I think they're doing an amazing job of raising children on their own as one. And you have other people that are couples and they're not able to do it, can't get it right. But they're quick enough to condemn the lone parents. And anything goes wrong in this country, oh, that's the lone parent, yeah.
And do you see a change in the social bias towards lone parents, or do you see it the same or worse? Or how do you see the difference in the bias between lone parents years ago and now?
I think enough of people stand up for the lone parents. Everything is fine. I think there is a change. There is a change. And it's more accepting. Because who are we to throw stones? We're all trying to raise a family. We're all trying to do the best we can. There's a few laws I'd like to see changing now. This thing of making children and then walking off and picking up with another one and making another few children there. You know, and these children growing up with no father's name. Who's to say that they won't meet one another in years to come, get married, and of course then we'll have disability. You know, though, the government needs to do something around all of this. That if you are responsible for a child, that you pay your share for it, and you just don't walk away and make more up with Mary or Tommy or whoever it is you're going with. You know, that's not good enough. And that's one of the biggest changes I would like to see within the social welfare system, that these men are made accountable. And women too, because they walk away and leave their children with men. You know, and I think if we can combat that, there will be more respect for the whole system that we have in this country.
And what do you think of the educational system now compared to what it was? Because you were always close to the educational system yourself.
Not to torture. I was gone out of school. I think, what was it at that time? The group cert. That's what it was. I did the group cert, and my mother said to me of a Thursday, here, you go in there tomorrow, tell them you're not going back anymore, you have a job. And of course I had to walk into a job then, and sure I was there for years, but then I played sport and that kept me going. It satisfied me all along, and I had very good friends, and dancing was the thing. I'm after forgetting the question.
What about the ETB? You were very highly involved in the beach.
Oh, I was. But your education is the only way out of any poverty trap, I feel. The youngsters going to the vocational schools and all of the schools, I mean, there's great work goes on in those secondary schools. And just because you don't have your leaving cert with 7 A's or B's or whatever it is, we're all born with different skills. I could not have stayed in school. I didn't like it. But that didn't say that I was stupid or I was whatever. It's like you could ask a doctor to change a tyre on a bicycle, a puncture, and he'd look at you blankly. The same way as you couldn't ask the chap that's fixing the puncture to operate. So we all have different skills, and it's to appreciate the skills that we have and respect other people's skills. Because there's a lot of things I couldn't do. Not that I'd want to do them, but I don't. But at the same time, I would not disrespect anyone for trying. The education system is set up in a way now where young people have access to it. And it's not all about A's, B's and C's or whatever the situation is. I think employers have another thing here now. They're all looking for these leaving certs. Did you do your leaving cert? I can't take you on for your apprenticeship. Now, this is what I have heard is going on. I have no concrete proof of that. If a chap is willing to go in there and be a painter or a mechanic or whatever, he's interested in what he's doing, take him on. Same with the girls. Let him into the painting. They do love painting. They're quite good at it too. The few that I know. Give them the chance. Give them the opportunities. They will work. Now, they mightn't be giving out about the money But, and if you think about it, bringing me on to something else, sorry now, lads, I'm hogging this. And a young apprentice, the money he's getting, someone on the dole is getting more. So what's the option? You stay on the dole, or you go and get an apprenticeship. And the apprenticeship in the long term is going to benefit you more, but in the short term, the dole will.
We're very short of tradesmen right now in the country. You can't get a tradesman. And so there's a gap in the whole employment system, educational system, and employment system. So would you agree then we need to start paying apprenticeships more to keep them in?
We do. We need to start paying them the rate, a livable rate, because the majority of them boys and girls are living at home. They have to contribute to the house. They have to hand up X amount of money. But also, if they have to travel to a job, they need a car, they need insurance, they need tax, they need to eat. As we all know, young people would eat the rocks of on if you put it down to them. And, you know, we're not respecting their initiatives in going in for an apprenticeship as opposed to going in to sign on to social welfare. You know, our system is very generous in this country, very, very generous. And I think it needs to be looked at and overhauled.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know what more we can add to that. But Mary, thanks a million for taking the time to talk here on the Irish Political Roundup, and we wish you every health and success into the future.
Great to see you all, but anyway, I hogged it.
No, we love you hugging. Irish Political Roundup with me, Roisin Leclerc, right at the Kilkenny Camp Centre.
And me, Paul Brophy.
Me, Brad Pitt.
With Paddy Manning. We're now going to, Paul and Paddy are now going to take you through the results so far of the tallies and the counts. So I'm going to hand you over to Paddy and Paul.
P and P.
P squared.
P squared, exactly. So, Paddy, we have the results of the tallies. Now, of course, as we mentioned earlier on, a tally is an estimate. We don't know when the first count of anything is going to happen yet. So bear with us. But
Also, health warning.
there is a health warning attached to this.
Especially the Comer one.
So,
There appears to be a box missing off the Comer
box missing.
tally.
Oh,
No, not in the count centre, off the
Oh,
tally. They
oh,
have
the
to tally
tally.
the results.
Okay.
Mary Fitzpatrick, number 1, resounding lead with 2,034 votes.
wow.
Now the quota is 1,297, so he's almost 700 over the quota.
So you're going to have a massive surplus there to be distributed.
So that's a major one. Number 2, second place, Mary Cavanagh.
Yeah,
of Fine Gael,
fantastic.
with 1,455 votes. So she's again
Yeah, going to be
200. I should have worked
50
out.
years a councillor.
Yeah.
Wow.
A good, people are looking for good, steady
Steady hand.
leadership and good, steady.
So
Yeah.
there's a good surplus there from Mary Hilda, which you'd imagine would go to John Brennan.
Yep.
Everything going to plan on the Fine Gael side.
Yeah.
And third place, according to the tally, you have Michael McCarthy of Fianna Fáil, Freshford man.
Yep.
1,267, so he's 30 off the quota.
Yeah.
Give or take with the tallies. So he won't be elected on the first count, but he's thereabouts second or third
Yeah,
count.
yeah,
He's getting in. In fourth place, you have Johnny the Bogman Brennan of Fine Gael.
Yeah.
Clockman, he's 1,031 votes. So
Oh.
he's a little bit off the quota, but definitely in contention now for the second Fine Gael seat up there in Castlecomer. Probably a surprise of the election, maybe, or a short on. The second
Independent.
candidate.
The second coming of Morris Short.
Or a short hall reincarnated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Independent candidate, 1,008 votes.
Oh.
So he's 291 off the quota, but again, 4-digit figure first time out. Very strong.
Very,
performance so
very
far.
strong. Yeah, yeah,
And you'd imagine he'll get the other 522 votes from a lot of those transfers from
He should, yeah.
the other independent candidates when they're eliminated. Sixth place, you have former Labour councillor, now Sinn Féin councillor Dennis Hines, on 943 votes. Sinn Féin don't seem to be polling well at all. in
No,
Kilkenny.
no, it's very, very poor.
Again, according to tallies.
Yeah.
But he is in contention for the 6th seat. He'll be battling Michael Delaney of Fianna Fáil, who's
Yeah,
in 7th place.
that's going to be interesting. And Pat Fitzpatrick, he's going to be elected with a big surplus there. So
Yeah.
will
Will Fianna Fáil
well,
go to
can't
Fianna Fáil,
we
yeah.
go to Fianna Fáil, or will it stay local and go to Morris Short and Castlecomer? But we really don't know.
I think the only sure other thing about that election now is that Daniel Burke and Stephen Delaney will be eliminated at some point. Daniel Burke of Independent Ireland, 307 votes, and Stephen Delaney, the Irish People, listed as non-party on the ballot paper, where he said he is in a political party, the Irish People. 250 votes. So that's the Castlecomer district. Six votes or 6 seats.
Yeah.
The next one is the big one, the Kilkenny City.
Yeah. 20 candidates for
yeah.
7 seats.
Look, when I went in yesterday, because I'm from the city,
Yeah.
when I went in, I went, oh my God, the size of the sheep,
Oh, it's unreal.
you know?
Now, the only thing about the city is there's 6 candidates under 200 votes, so you'd imagine they'll be eliminated fairly sharply.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Who were
yeah.
they? Well, we start
Start
at
at
the
the top,
beginning.
yeah.
We'll start at the top.
What do
All we do is just keep the suspense and work backwards. And
Yeah.
in last place, top spot, Andrew McGuinness, with 1,400 votes, 1,403 to be exact.
a reduction on 2019.
I'm not sure, I haven't got those figures to hand, but I'll trust you when you say that. I know you're an encyclopedia and you memorise all these things.
Yeah.
When you go home at night, you look at these and
Absolutely. I have no life.
me neither. The quota for Kilkenny City is 1,155.
Okay.
So he's well above the quota.
Yeah, yeah.
You'd imagine again that will go to John Malone. The two of them are in the same
Yes, yes.
political party within a political party.
Yes, yes,
So,
yes, yes, yes.
that's Andrew topping the poll in the Kilkenny City. Dave Fitzgerald in second place. According to the tallies, he's 5 off the quota.
Right.
With 1,150. So We know he'd like to be elected on the first count, reaching the quota, just for the bragging rights.
Yeah.
But again, he'd be happy to get back in. He got a good, strong vote. On a day when Fine Gael probably weren't expected to do overly well. So,
yeah.
Now, he won't have a surplus to give to Martin Brett, which might come into play later on. Third place, the second McGuinness, Eugene McGuinness, independent, non-party, and he has 1,057 votes. He's very happy with that. He came over to the desk looking at tallies earlier, and he was like,
yeah, and he got about a little over 800 the last time, so he has increased his vote.
Yeah, and you can see why he'd be happy with that. Fourth place, Joe Malone, Fianna Fáil, 965 votes. Good strong performance from Joe. And then in fifth place, a little bit behind, John Coonan of Fianna Fáil with 665. So the 300 gap or buffer between Joe and John. Sixth place, Seán Ó of Labour.
Labour are coming back.
Yeah,
They're reclaiming the Sinn Féin seat.
It seemed to be. There's something going on with Labour anyway. It's not their worst day ever. 609 votes for Seán Ó.
Yeah, very, very, very strong Seán. I think it could be one of his strongest election performances in the last number of years.
609 votes with 14 candidates behind him to get transfers from. So
yeah, he's in with a good, very, very good chance.
Again, it was a Grand National Day back him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where are we now? Seventh place, and there's 7 seats in this area. So seventh place, Councillor Maria Dollard of the Green Party. Yeah. 561 votes. Very strong performance.
Yeah, for a co-opted councillor and a first outing in front of
what we were told was a flailing Green Party. So
yeah.
Is it personal votes, maybe?
Maybe.
Well, local elections are that. They can be very, very local.
Yeah. Eighth place, they'll definitely wanting the 7th spot. They'll be trying to pass out the Greens, the Social Democrats, with Martin O'Neill. Martin has 479 votes, so he's almost 100 behind. But he'd want to close that gap. Martin Brett in 9th place for Fine Gael with 458 votes. I imagine Fine Gael will be disappointed with that, but again, there are candidates behind him, and
of course he was the Lazarus the last time, so it's all down to transfers.
Yeah, very affable, energetic man. So we'll put in a good, strong campaign. Barry in 10th place for Sinn Féin with 351 votes. She's 107 behind Martin Brett.
Yeah,
10th place. So next we have
Tuloani.
Tuloani. Okay, Holman. I'm sorry, Tuloani, if I'm butchering your name. Apologies. Independent, first time out, very strong show on 303. 303 votes.
Yeah, there's a base there to build from.
100%
into the future.
In 12th place, we have the man that we omitted earlier. We won't omit it this time, Luke Connor of the Irish Freedom Party. And Luke got 277 votes.
Yeah.
And again, he has 7 candidates behind him, so he'd be hoping to get a few transfers, boost that up, and finish higher. In 13th place, we have Andrea Cleere of Labour, again 275.
Small little drop on her vote from 2019.
Really?
Yeah, probably she got about 305 the last time, so she's down a little bit.
But again, transfers, but also are they Labour votes? Will they go to Seán Ó if he's eliminated?
That is the question.
Or is it a personal vote?
We have seen down through the years when Labour run 2 candidates that when one goes out, the bulk of the transfers tend to go to Fine Gael because the parties have been in government a couple of times together, so there's a natural association there. So it'd be interesting to see where those transfers go.
And would it be a Green vote too? Because I've been talking to a lot of people who are Green voters, and they said they were going to vote Green Party and Labour.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't come across too many Green voters. I'm a rural book savage. So, in 14th place at the moment, we have, I have to write down the name, apologies, Aoife O'Brien.
Yep.
Of Sinn Féin with 179 votes, so not a strong showing for Sinn Féin there.
Again, she said to me on the door, she was the only Sinn Féin candidate knocking on my door. She said she was a very late entry into the the canvas and into the so.
Well, again, Sinn Féin seem to be having a bad election
day.
in Kilkenny.
Very bad, yeah.
And
yeah.
I've been talking to other people, and now I stand to be corrected on this. They thought nationally as well they were having a bad day.
Yeah.
We'll soon find out.
We'll soon find
Mary
out.
Lou will let us know anyway. Later. 15th place, we have Liam Heffern Independent with 145 votes. So we were asking whether or not that short, quick, sharp campaign worked. It didn't.
Yeah.
In 16th place, we have Mark O'Farrell, Sinn Féin, 124. Again, a very, very good
So
shot.
if my maths is correct, Paddy, Sinn Féin between three candidates have got 654 votes. So
Again, you're a calculator. I'm going to trust you on that.
Did they kind of overstretch themselves running three candidates?
Would have got to 654 without the three? It's hard to know.
It's hard to know.
And it's really surprising that Sinn Féin have really pulled so badly, especially when they are all in the city, and that is where the Castlecomer Sinn Féin TD has her constituency office.
Yeah.
It's very surprising.
It is very, very surprising.
Now again, Aoife and Mark are first-time candidates. The vote isn't strong, but they're up against some big names in there.
Yeah.
You have your Andrew McGuinnesses, your Eugene McGuinnesses, Dave Fitzgerald, Joe Malone, like, you know,
Yeah,
they're Hoovers.
Seán Ó, he would be well known as well. So
Yeah, we'll see where the surplus goes from Andrew. 17th place, Kevin Shore, People Before Profit, 85 votes. 18th place, we have Michael McGrath, Independent, 64 votes.
Yeah.
19th place, we have Johnny Azza, Independent, 59 votes. 20th place, we have Noel G. Welsh, Independent, 23 votes.
yeah. So we're looking at the first. So we're looking at we're going to say Andrew McGuinness will be elected on the first.
And his
surplus will be distributed, and then we could probably see some of the candidates near the bottom who have got who are in double digits. They'll probably be eliminated.
And if
very
David
quick.
is only 5 off the quota the first time,
Yeah.
Andrew might get him over the line.
Yeah.
Which again is Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil helping each other out yet again.
Oh
You
yes,
know,
it's coalition.
in all aspects of it.
When you think about the mood of the country and everything else, but locally still people vote locally for the established parties because they know them, don't they? It's a personal vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what I've been thinking about today? And I think I've been viewing the political atmosphere through the prism of social media, and it does not seem reflective of what's happening in reality.
More what people are saying is happening at the doors.
Yeah.
And we're looking at about turnout about 50%. So I think about this. If you could bring that figure up another 10, maybe 15%, you could see some surprises. But I suppose, if people, it's a choice to vote or not to vote. So, but if we could get more people to come out and vote, we'd probably see some different results. But look, we are where we are.
Where we are. Next up, Callan-Thomastown, 6 seats.
Yeah, this is where both you and I vote, Paddy.
Yeah. So we have a quota of 1,506 votes, and on the first count, three candidates have already surpassed that quota. Chap, Cleere, almost 500 votes ahead of it, on 2,002 votes.
And again, that's Fianna Fáil.
Fianna Fáil, yeah, Chap, Cleere, Fianna Fáil. Definite potential candidate for the general election. That's
definitely on those numbers.
That's a phenomenal one. We have Joe Sheridan, second place, first time candidate, Fianna Fáil, 1,937.
Well, that's a phenomenal, phenomenal first time.
First time candidate, with a surplus of.
Fairness, he was replacing Matt Doran, and Matt Doran really did get the vote out for him. So
And then we were talking earlier on. Everybody was saying that they come from a very popular family, very friendly family, very helpful family within the local community.
Yeah, they are very nice people.
Well reflected by the looks of this vote, anyway. He's very well reflected. So
yeah.
So Chap, Cleere first place, Joe Sheridan second place, Joe Lyons of Fine Gael in third, 1,571 votes. So he's approximately 65 votes above the quota. So he'll be elected on the first count.
Okay.
If the tallies are to be believed.
Yep.
So on the first count so far, we have
Callan-Thomastown.
Yeah.
We have Fianna Fáil, two Fianna Fáil,
One Fine Gael.
and one Fine Gael.
Yeah. So
Yep.
already 50% of the seats are filled. So
Okay.
we're going into fourth place now. We have Michael Doyle of Fine Gael on 1,324 votes. So he's not far off the quota.
Okay.
With a Fine Gael candidate behind them, so you'd imagine he'll get the transfers there.
Yeah.
Deirdre Cullen in 5th place, Fianna Fáil 1,174. Again, there's a surplus of approximately 900. They are from Fianna Fáil candidates ahead of her, so you'd imagine Fianna Fáil would go to Fianna Fáil.
You would imagine, yeah.
Time will tell.
Yep.
Stephanie Doherty, first time candidate in 6th place, looking for the 6th seat. Sinn Féin candidate on 810.
Yeah.
And she has a running mate behind her. So she's definitely in contention for the 6th seat. Ára Kelly of Fine Gael in 7th place. Orla got 780.
A decent showing.
Orla's a second time candidate, but a first time candidate in Callan-Thomastown. She ran in the city last time.
Yeah.
This is her first time working this area.
And it's increased her vote, so.
Yeah, doubled her vote nearly.
Doubled her vote.
Over
so
double.
Yeah.
Over 50% of an improvement on 2019. But I don't see where she gets the transfers to get elected or to pass out Stephanie Doherty.
Okay. You think, as you're seeing there, Joe Lyons is going to get elected with a
very small surplus. Yeah.
So probably with Joe Lyons being from Callan, probably more of that could probably potentially go to Stephanie Doherty. Callan going to Callan, then going to Ára Kelly.
Yeah. And even with that surplus, it's not enough to get her past Stephanie Doherty, I think, when David Kennedy goes out.
Yeah.
8th place, spoiler alert, sorry, David Kennedy. 8th place, David Kennedy of Sinn Féin with 522 votes. And hasn't been a good day for Sinn Féin or David. No. It's a pity because David's a really good guy. And yeah, he was a former councillor, ran 2014 for the first time, got elected. Lost his seat in 2019, and it was a bad day for Sinn Féin, and was unfortunate to have another bad day today. I don't think it was any fault of his own.
No.
And in 9th place, we have Christina Doyle of the Green Party on 420 votes.
It's not a bad vote.
It's not a bad vote in a very rural area.
And her first time out.
Yeah. So there's a base there for her to build from.
So that's the 6 seats in Thomastown. 3 of them are filled already on the first count, and it'll be Michael Doyle, Deirdre Cullen, and scrap between Stephanie Doherty and Ára Kelly for the finish. But I think Stephanie's going to edge it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And that could potentially be the only seat Sinn Féin winning County Kilkenny.
Yeah, 100%. And then we're down to Piltown, the 5-seater.
Yeah.
Some reason this is a 5-seater. Quota is 1,387, and Pat Dunphy is the Dyson of Kilkenny Fine Gael.
Wow.
He hoovered up 1,832 votes, so he's almost double his running mate in terms of votes. So massive surplus. Topped the poll again for the 3rd time in a row.
Wow.
Topped it by 1 vote in 2014. Topped it again in 2019. Topped it again.
And those things probably they don't happen by accident.
No, he's a phenomenal worker. Works in John Paul's office as his parliamentary assistant. And never stops. So,
Pat's a good guy as well.
But on that showing, you have to say Pat will be the candidate for the Fine Gael general election.
Yeah, and
I know Fidelis will be eyeing it up, and
David Fitzgerald will probably be behind it too as well. So
David is up in the city, but down south, John Paul is gone. They need a
replacement.
Yeah. I can't on the numbers. Pat Dunphy is the candidate.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not Fine Gael member anymore. I have no say in it.
1,832.
1,832.
Not far off.
A lead of 400.
Less than 200 off 2,000. Which is great for.
You have Thomas Bernacht in 2nd place for Labour. Again.
Thomas is a good guy.
Oh
He's a fabulous vote getter. Topped the poll in 2009. And has been polling high ever since. Over 1,500 votes in the last 3 elections, I think. So, and again, very strong showing today. Elected on the first count over the quota with 1,413 votes. 3rd place, Ger Frisbee of Fianna Fáil. Related to the Edwards, I think.
He is indeed his cousin, I think. Yeah.
He's Nelward in all but name.
Yeah, exactly.
And I didn't know that until today. So
there you go.
We actually asked Lee Nelward earlier about when last time we had a ballot paper in South Kilkenny without Nelward on it. He said 1945. 79 years ago since Nelward not on a ballot paper in South Kilkenny. So political history to make it here.
We have an Elwood
Indoor frisbee,
Not
yeah.
Indoor frisbee,
Indoor
but not
frisbee.
name.
Cousin.
Today they started in fourth place on 941. Good strong vote there. And you'd imagine that she will get the bulk of Pat Dunphy's
Yeah. That's
surplus. Jenny Cat-Slattery in fifth place at Fianna Fáil, 790 votes.
First time shown.
Yeah, with a Fianna Fáil candidate behind her. So
Yeah.
you'd imagine they'll take two down there, but we'll find out later.
Yeah.
Sixth place, first time candidate as well, Maria Wall. I think you said she was
Yeah,
21 earlier.
21, yeah. Yes, youngest candidate.
515 votes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's very, very, very good start.
Excellent start for a first time candidate.
Yeah.
Sinn Féin then in seventh place with Natasha Newsom-Drennan on 484. And you have Michael Wems in eighth place for Sinn Féin on 378. So
Okay.
you'd imagine
They'll transfer, yeah.
they'll transfer to each other. Damien Donoghue for Fine Gael in ninth place, 345 votes. So again, Pat Dunphy was already elected. You'd imagine Damien's votes will go to Fidelis, but
Yeah.
that's if party lines are adhered and
Yeah, absolutely.
strategies work out. Richard Daly in 10th place, non-party. I think it's actually the Irish people, same as Stephen Delaney and Castlecomer.
Absolutely, yeah.
343 votes.
It's not a bad showing for a first time candidate.
First time candidate for a party that is only coming through.
Yeah.
And newly established, as far as I'm aware, we're on. 11th place, Thomas Kane, Social Democrats, 219 votes.
Yeah.
Won't be elected.
No.
And Benny McDonough, Green Party, 115 votes in 12th place, will be eliminated.
Pretty
After
quick.
the surplus is distributed.
Yeah. So
That's all of them.
So
When you think about it, though, it's like, even with the young ones coming through, the voters are still voting for the experience, steady hand, steering of the ship, and getting us out of this storm we're in.
oh yeah, people in local elections, they vote very locally, so they'll vote for people they know, people they trust, to look after them. Oh, absolutely. The locals they're a very, very strange animal. So I wouldn't want to be doing any general election predictions based on
I've
this.
learned my lesson from predictions. I think I predicted 3 Fine Gael, 2 Fianna Fáil last time, or vice versa.
Yeah.
3 Fianna Fáil, 2 Fine Gael.
Any surprises now, gentlemen?
Joe Sheridan.
Big surprise. Yeah.
He's almost top of the poll. Only for Chap is such a strong performer. Joe will be top of the poll. On the first time out,
I thought he'd be kind of fighting for the last seat, but
I did too.
to be elected on the first count is a phenomenal show. But Sinn Féin's performance overall has been
a surprise. Yeah,
very, very surprising.
And Maurice Shortall, I won't say it's a surprise because again, the name recognition, the brand, but definitely unexpected. I think he would say that too, that he wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, to break 1,000 on your first showing is a really,
As an
really
independent, I
good,
think it's
good turnout.
phenomenal. Yeah. So.
And so what is happening next? What are we doing now? What are we waiting upon?
The count is starting. It started since we've been over here, so I might actually disappear for a while and look at it and see what's happening. Because I'm nosy.
And so while you're off doing that, maybe Paul, you might start talking about the European elections.
Yeah, why not?
Adios.
So, start doing that, so you'll come back and finish up.
Yeah.
But, Paul, the European elections, Ireland South, there's still an awful lot of candidates in Ireland South.
Yeah, that's very true, Roisin. We're here situated in Kilkenny, which is in Ireland South, which is the 5-seater. It's an absolutely massive constituency. You're going from Kerry all the way up to nearly Wicklow, so it's a huge amount of land for any candidate to cover. And a lot of parties that would have had to split up the ticket, in the sense that you have candidates on one side of the area constituency, the other side. So, like for example, Sinn Féin, Callan-Thomastown, she was covering the southeast. Then you had Paul Gavin covering kind of Limerick, Kerry, Cork, stuff like that. So
I'll just get the mic there while we're talking.
yeah,
So that's really a huge constituency.
Ma-
When you think it covers Wexford as well.
oh yeah, you have Cork, Kerry, Wexford, Cleere, Waterford, Carlow, Kilkenny. I think there's bits of Tipperary in it as well. Laois and Offaly is actually not in it, which is unusual. But it's an absolutely massive constituency. And as I said, there's 5 candidates running for. Sorry, there's 23 candidates running for 5 seats.
Well, we're just going to take a slight pause before we go into that because we're going to change mics over. So just stay tuned.
Let us know when we're back. Yeah.
I got my fan here, Paul.
Oh, yeah.
Warm here in the centre.
Absolutely.
So, Paul,
We're back. We're back.
On, Paul. So, yeah, so we're going to go through. We just a slight pause while we change the mic.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So, Paul, talk us through Ireland South of the European candidates for 2024.
Yeah, so the local, and European election ballots came here to the centre here, and the European ones have all been checked and packed and have all been shipped to Cork, where the Ireland South constituency count will be held, and that could go on a while, but we're going to go through there's 23 candidates for 5 seats. 4 of the incumbent MEPs are running, with the exception of Deirdre Clune of Fine Gael, who's retiring. So first up is Paul Gavin, who's a Sinn Féin senator. He's one of 2 candidates running for Sinn Féin, and he's a first-time European candidate. So and next we have Mick Wallace of Independence for Change. He was first elected to Europe in 2019 on the 19 count with 80.
The 19 count.
Yeah, after 87,700 first preferences, and between 2011, and 2019, Mick Wallace was a TD for Wexford. Next is Michael Leahy of the Irish Freedom Party. He's a first-time candidate, and I believe he's their party president.
Oh, is he, Paul?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Next is a man who we featured
like
a number of times here on the Irish Political Roundup, Patrick Murphy, who was the fisherman, the man who negotiated with the Russians. Patrick is the first-time candidate for AINTU. Patrick is also he's the CEO of the Ireland and Southwest Fisheries, and in his role he would advise the EU Commission on policies such as fishing. And interviewing Patrick Roche over the last little while, it's been a huge education eye-opener to the state of our fishing industry, and such a raw deal fishermen are getting.
And Paul, when you think about it, that we as a nation and Ireland and our fishermen only have 15% of the quotas of our fish that is in our Irish sea waters. Yeah. And the European fishing trawlers and fishermen can come in and they have 85% of the quotas.
Yeah, it's beyond madness, to be honest. So it's really something that we all need to be more aware of. Next up is Michael McNamara, who's running as an independent. The bookies saying he has a reasonable chance. Michael has been an independent TD for Cleere since 2020. It's his second European election to run in. He contested in 2009 as an independent, and from 2011 to 2016, Michael was a Labour TD for County Clare. Next, as we've mentioned, the Labour Party is Niamh Hourihan, who's an academic based in Limerick. She's a first-time candidate for the Labour Party, and she's also a sister of Nessa Hourihan, who is a Green Party TD based in Dublin Central. Next is Una McGuinness. Una is someone you had an opportunity to speak to there during the week, Roisin.
Yeah, she was here in Kilkenny, so I just got in the car and drove up and I interviewed her. And so I'm really surprisingly, Paul, I shouldn't say surprisingly, but surprisingly for us, there's a small little YouTube channel that really, really high views within an hour.
Yeah.
We had over 1,000 views.
Yeah, really. A pleasant surprise, as they say. Next is Ross Lahive. Ross, he's a first-time candidate and he's running for the newly established the Irish People. I think they had Stephen Delaney was running for the Irish people here in Castlecomer electoral area. So there's a first-time candidate. Another first-time candidate is Susan Doyle. She's a Cork-based lawyer, solicitor. She's also contesting the local elections for the Social Democrats in Cork as well. So next up is a man we spoke to a couple of weeks back, Seán Kelly, MEP, over 15 years in Europe, was re-elected in 2019 on the 9th count after receiving 1,118 first preference votes. So that's a phenomenal count to get. And of course, Seán was president of the GAA from 2003 to 2006, and he was a very interesting man to interview, Roisin.
He was. That was out in Callan, out at the church in Callan. So we popped in the car there again and we just drove out. So yeah, so very interesting.
Yep. Next is John Mullins. John Mullins is replacing Deirdre Clune on the Fine Gael ticket. Of course, Cork-based, former CEO of On Board. Gosh, don't see him getting elected, but this, I think, for him is a trial run and building a profile for contesting for Fine Gael in the general election in Cork East, as David Staunton, the sitting Fine Gael TD, is retiring. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Billy Kelleher, sitting MEP, first elected to Europe in 2019 after being a TD for Cork North Central for many, many years. Elected on the 17 count in 2019 after receiving 84,084 first preference votes. So has a good chance, and I think he will be re-elected. Another first-time independent candidate, Christopher V.S. Doyle. He's an engineer based in Cork, I think, and he's a first-time candidate there as well. Next is Keane Prenderville. So Keane Prenderville is involved with People for Profit, and he's their candidate. He's a first-time candidate for them. He's currently works as an editor for the Rupture magazine, which is a production that promotes an socialist network within the People for Profit movement. Next is Cynthia Muraku, who will be known to people through her days in RTE. She's Carlow based, so she's not too far. She's only down the road from us here. She's been working as a barrister for the last number of years, and she's the second Fianna Fáil candidate. So it'll be interesting to see how she gets on. We were at the IFA debate there a couple of weeks back, Roisin, and she certainly wasn't shy.
She certainly wasn't, and it'll be interesting to see how she gets on, Paul. Especially how Fianna Fáil are really, really topping the polls here in Kilkenny.
Absolutely, yeah. Next is Derek Blight from Cork. Derek Blight is contesting for a new party, Ireland First. So another Ireland First candidate there running in an election. Eddie Punch of the Independent Ireland Party. He was originally going to run as an independent, Roisin, but he's decided to join up with the new Independent Ireland Party. So Eddie Punch is a former General Secretary of the Irish Cattle and Sheep Farmers Association. And like Patrick Murphy, who's running for Aintu, who's CEO of Ireland Southwest Fisheries, Eddie Punch is in Europe on a regular basis, advocating for absolutely. And you got to speak with Eddie when he was in Kilkenny.
I did, Paul, and Eddie and Patrick Murphy, they both work very closely together over in the European Parliament, advocating for the farming and the fisheries.
Absolutely, because when you go to Europe, Roisin, it's a completely different setup. There are over 700 MEPs, and you have to it's all about building alliances and building consensus. Like on your own, you're very, very, pardoned upon, you're a small fish in a big pond. So you really do have to work with different parties across the political spectrum. Next is Graham de Barra, who's Cork-based independent candidate, and he's director of the Help Not Harm, which is an organisation which advocates for a help-based, non-punitive approach to drug policy legislation. So that's Graham de Barra. And of course, Kathleen Function, who's Sinn Féin TD here in Carlow Kilkenny. She's the second Sinn Féin candidate. Kathleen has been a Sinn Féin TD for this constituency since 2016, and she's also their spokesperson on children, and it's her second European election to contest, having contested in 2009 when she got elected to the old Kilkenny Borough Council. Next was Lorna Borg. I have it down as sorry, we have it down as on Riorta Gloss, but I think they're on Riorta now. Lorna, she's a city councillor representing Cork East Ward in Cork City since 2019, and she's a leader of on Riorta, which is an environmental left of centre party. A lot of these people in that movement, they were formerly of the Green Party. Next is Mary Fitzgibbon, who's from Kerry. She's an independent candidate running for the first time. Oh. Okay, there's just a health and safety statement there, but Mary Fitzgibbon, an independent candidate running for the first time. We're just going to take. Who heard that was Anne-Marie Walsh, who's the returning officer here in Kilkenny, and they're going to start with the count of the Callan-Thomastown area. So they're going by alphabetical order. So they are sorting the votes of the Callan-Thomastown area to be voted now. So we should have a first count result for the Callan-Thomastown area within the next hour or two. So which is great. So the next candidate is, we can move to the next slide. That would be great. Thank you, Keelan. The man with no picture, Kieran O'Riordan. He's a Cork-based candidate running as an independent in Ireland South. So it's kind of, I was looking at some of the votes there, and I saw somebody actually give him a number one. So first time I ever saw someone getting a vote who didn't have a picture.
It's always nice to put a name to the face.
Absolutely. Next is Grace O'Sullivan, who's a sitting MEP. She was first elected to the European Parliament in 2019 on the 20th count. So that give you an idea how long these counts can go on for. She received 75,887 first preference votes in 2019. And that is all the candidates for Ireland South. A lot of candidates there to be put up for consideration there, Roisin, and 5 places. So that's going to go on a while.
And Paul, again, yesterday I went into the polling booth and it was like, oh my God, how do I fill this in? Too many to vote for. And just, it's like everybody's saying, so many to choose from. When you go in, you think you know who you're going to vote for. You go in, you're looking down the ballot to see who you're going to vote for.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the candidates that are running for the Ireland South constituency. And as you heard there just a few moments ago, they are beginning the process of sorting and counting the votes in the Callan-Thomastown area. So we're just going to take a break, and we'll be back to you in a little while, and hopefully we'll have a result in the very, very near future.
And we'll see what Paddy has to come back and tell us and update us with.
Absolutely.
So we'll see you in a little while. Stay tuned and keep subscribing, keep clicking that bell, and keep putting your comments in the comments box. We really appreciate that.
And we're back live here at the count here in Kilkenny, and I'm delighted to be joined by Fianna Fáil councillor Chap Cleere, Peter Chap Cleere. Phenomenal vote. Now I know we have their tallies, and they're actually going to start counting the Callan-Thomastown area officially now. But you're looking really, really good. You're going to top the poll with a massive vote, about 2,002 votes.
Yeah, look, the tallies look really good at the moment. Obviously, they're formally starting into the count now, but yeah, it's very, very pleasing. It's been a very good day for myself and for the Fianna Fáil party in our area. I think Joe Sheridan, based on the tallies, is looking really, really good as well. And Deirdre Cullen, please God, as well. So yeah, it looks like it's very good for Fianna Fáil, both individually and collectively for the area.
Yeah, retaining the 3 seats, that's big. And Joe Sheridan to get nearly 2,000 votes on the first outing, that's a phenomenal achievement. And Matt Doran really pulled out the stops to get him over the line.
Yeah, look, it's a phenomenal result from Joe Sheridan, and he deserves it because he's worked really, really hard. And I suppose the role that Matt Doran would have played in that as well can't be underestimated. Matt was an incredible councillor for 20 years and had a huge work, and I know he's worked really hard with Joe over the last number of weeks to get the vote out and help get Joe elected. But it's a great result for Joe, and it's a very proud day for Matt Doran as well, that he obviously steps down. But you know, that shows the character of Matt, that even though he wasn't going to be a councillor himself, he still worked really hard for his friend and for Joe Sheridan. So yeah, it's looking good.
And you were at a camogie match earlier on. You drew with Waterford, and you had a big win up in Antrim. So you were managing a Kilkenny camogie team, which is a savage commitment in and of itself, and running in a local election campaign. My God, you must have some organisational skills or time management, or it must be, it's a fair old commitment to be able to do both.
Yeah, sure, looks a bit of madness as well, Paul. And I suppose, look, in terms of the campaign, I suppose I was very strategic in the campaign. I only canvassed a third of the area. So I was very targeted in terms of the areas that I canvassed, and that's really benefited the party as well, and obviously on the camogie side of things, we played Waterford up there today, a draw game. Would love to have won that one, would have capped off a great day, but it was a great performance, and I said to you, we didn't win but we didn't lose either, so good day.
And my colleague Paddy is waiting here in the wings.
Patiently waiting, Chap. Right, first question, Chap. Where did the chap come out of?
Yeah, well, my father was Peter and my grandfather was Peary as well. So when I came along, I was the new chap in the house, young chap, fine chap, and good-looking chap, and it stuck from that then. You know what I mean? So
I said the last part was a lie, was it?
Definitely added in, yeah. I definitely creative in that one. But no, I just stuck from that because obviously we posted and stuff and like that, and everyone calls me Chap. Like, as I said before, like my daughters don't call me daddy, they call me Chap.
I know. My girlfriend's their teacher, and she says that they call you Chap in class.
Oh, everybody, yeah. Everybody calls me Chap. My mother, father, everybody. So that's just what I am. You know what I mean? I don't know any different.
And when you're on the by-election ballot paper, it'll be Chap as well, I presume.
Yes. I'm literally after catching my breath. I turned off my phone at 1 o'clock, Paddy, to go up to the camogie match. There wasn't one box open at that stage. So got back in the car there at 5 o'clock and just a few minutes to go see the tallies there. So I missed all the drama, really,
Well, you're in time to top the poll anyway, and that's the second time you've topped the poll, Chap.
Yeah, it's look, we'll see what officially comes through, but either way, it's great to get hopefully elected and get a good vote again, and to strategically get the 3 candidates over the line is very important.
And stake to claim.
Yeah, look, so we're going to focus on on today, enjoy the next couple of days, and then obviously, my camogie commitments are right in the heat of battle as well. So we've got a couple of weeks there in terms of hopefully getting to an Ireland final and win that as well. So.
You're very diplomatic.
Yeah, sure. Look, I'm literally only in the door here, so we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Good man. I'm going to hand you back to Paul.
Yeah, and I suppose overall, as you said, it's been a very, very good day for Fianna Fáil. Looks like you're going to, maintain the level of seats and maybe add an extra seat. But I suppose going forward, new council is going to meet probably towards the latter end of this month. What do you see would be the key priorities for the new council when it officially meets?
Yeah, lots of, I suppose we need to see the fallout of the candidates, and I suppose, look, from a Fianna Fáil perspective, yes, they're Fianna Fáil candidates, but they're great community workers first and foremost, and obviously they're aligned to Fianna Fáil in as well. So every candidate that's put their names forward for our party are brilliant community people, and then obviously they're attached to Fianna Fáil. We'll see what way the numbers fall in terms of the makeup of the next council. It's a very important 5 years strategically for Kilkenny County Council. Loads of projects like the Abbey Quarter and flood relief schemes around Thomastown and Great Manna, and loads of big issues we need to tackle. But I'll certainly be champion, as I always have, get as much funding as we can into the area, and particularly into Callan-Thomastown Municipal District. We don't want to be forgotten in Northern Ireland. And I think this is a big statement from the people today to say that, look, they all back local today, which is great,
Absolutely. Chap Cleere, very best of luck for the rest of the day, and it looks like you're going to be elected with a big surplus, so congratulations.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. In the general.
Thank you.
I'm now delighted to be joined by Ára Kelly, who's a Fine Gael candidate for the Callan-Thomastown area. Ára, 780 first preference votes were reckoning from the tally. What are your thoughts on that?
Obviously, I would have liked it to be a bit higher, but I'd still be in the shake-up for the last seat. So it kind of depends on how the surplus is transferred from Joe Sheridan and Peter Chap Cleere. So there are some number twos there coming to me. I was just overlooking at the boxes there. And then the distribution, obviously, of Christina Doyle, the Green Party candidate, to see what way her votes seem to be going more levelly towards lots of candidates.
Okay.
So, kind of night of the long late knives, really, I suppose. But yeah, no, it was a good campaign. I mean, the pity is there is enough Fine Gael vote there for 3 seats, you know, if we had just divided it out a bit more equally. But that's the nature of elections, isn't it?
That is the nature of elections. There's many twists and turns. And Paddy, you've analysed the vote in Callan-Thomastown. What do you make of it?
It's a bloodbath. No, I'm joking. It's Joe Sheridan got a massive vote, like Ára said, and unexpectedly too. I wouldn't have put Joe that high. I would have thought Joe was scrapping for the last seat. I said that too. So I'm not talking behind his back by saying that. I don't think he would have expected to get 1,900 votes either. And Chap also getting 2,000 votes. You would expect that, but that's a 900 surplus, which has really distorted everything else, I think. I know there was probably a bit of a tensions amongst Fine Gael candidates, boundaries during this one.
Well, I stayed within my boundary, so we'll leave it like that.
Very diplomatic.
We're going to be very, very diplomatic here. But
you said these things happen.
What were the big issues coming up on the doors, Ára, when you were out canvassing?
Well, okay, towards the end, there was immigration and housing was always there, but of things that were absolutely constant throughout the area were, you know, road safety and traffic, and with the motorway and rat runs and like people that was the thing that came up, let's say, most often. Then the other thing that I suppose I was impacted by a lot is, and I'd spoken on this at the Ardèche as well, which was, you know, families who are minding children with additional needs, so that they're not only having to do all that extra caring, but then they're all having to go and reinvent the wheel and apply for everything separately, and it's absolutely, you know, heartbreaking, and it's unfair that they have to do that when other kids don't have to do that. So, and the other thing about people, you know, when you canvass people like that who have like a genuine, you know, grievance, they could be really angry. I find they're the people who are actually, you know, very polite, very dignified, just saying, is there anything you can do to help? So, I mean, that was particularly one of the things that struck me.
Yeah, absolutely. And from what you said earlier on, you've had a look at some of the ballots, and you seem to be receiving a good number of number twos from Joe Sheridan. So if you did receive a good chunk of that surplus, that you're not out of it completely.
No, I might be just wishfully thinking, though. I might be just seeing those number twos more than the other ones. But there's definitely some. I know when I canvassed in Kells and Stonyford and that area, which would be close to me as well, that people were saying, look, we're voting for Joe because it's local, but we'll give you a number 2. Okay. But, you know, it'll be tight, won't it, Paddy?
Yeah, I see you and Stephanie battling for the last seat. But I do have a question. You are a second-time candidate, but this is your first time running in Thomastown. You ran and you got a good vote in the city in 2019. Why didn't you, and I know maybe with the benefit of hindsight you might, but why Thomastown Callan instead of staying in the city and building on what you had?
Because I would have always liked to run where I live the first time round, but I just lived much too close to Patrick O'Neill, who was a sitting councillor. So I lived only 2 or 3 miles from him. So I would have run here in the first place. It's my natural place to run. So the city was just a kind of exile, if we call it that, for the first time election. And then because Patrick O'Neill wasn't running.
It's like Game of Thrones, exile.
It's Game of Thrones, correctly. Absolutely. All of this is Game of Thrones, really. But so I would have run where I live last time. I just think that's a better place to run. I think you know more people. I think so.
You doubled your votes, so over doubled your votes. So
if I could have added on the city ones as well, obviously it would have been ideal. But
2014.
Yeah.
And overall, you know, Fianna Fáil look like they're doing very well. Fine Gael are doing okay here in Kilkenny, and you know, Sinn Féin have struggled. So there is a possibility Sinn Féin may end up with no councillor on Kilkenny County Council. it may not happen, but the possibility is still there.
Well, just from being out on the ground, and I would have tried to canvass every single person one house at a time, and I know that Joe Lyons and Michael Doyle were doing the same, and really all of the candidates were, but I just did not meet people who had been canvassed by Sinn Féin candidates. Right. So maybe that's just where I was. But even in the city, I was talking to Martin Brett the other day, and he was saying he just did not meet. But, you know, because people always tell you, you know, if you're out with John Paul Phelan, he goes, so has there been many been around, you know? And, you know, we're all doing industrial espionage, and who else has been there? But basically, I just did not hear, and the other Fine Gael candidates just didn't hear that Sinn Féin were on the ground that much. So maybe there was a kind of an assumption that the Sinn Féin brand would carry them over the line. But I think in local politics, people want to meet the candidate. They want to hear about the issues. They want to be listened to.
Yes.
And, you know, if you're not engaging on that level, then it doesn't matter, you know, what's happening in the polls or what the party are doing. I think people deserve that respect and deserve that, you know, that level of engagement. And if it's not there, people aren't going to give the votes to that party.
Was it an issue that a lot of first-line candidates were selected? Probably not selected with as much of a run-in as, I mean, I've seen you campaign in Thomastown for quite some time now. You had your posters up at the bridge for, you know, marking your territory, you know, but like you see two new candidates in the city, three new candidates in the city. Come out of nowhere. They mightn't have had the same run-in, and it's hard to meet an entire district and get to everybody. I know you're saying that they didn't get houses, but if you have 3, 4, 5 weeks, you cannot physically get there.
That's why I started 7 months ago.
Yeah,
I started last
I
November.
know.
But what I mean is compared to
you thought that needed to be done.
Yes. So when I was on the doors, I would have people on the doors would have told me that they had usually been canvassed by one and or another, sometimes two candidates. But that was very, very, very rarely a Sinn Féin candidate. So I think out of respect, And then I suppose they were looking at, you know, the votes, working on the votes from last time. But I mean, the votes that you get in an election 5 years ago are fairy dust, like they're nothing compared to. So, you know, if you actually want to work on that, then, you know, the candidates would have had to been out much earlier. They would have had to be engaging with people. Like I would have run events, did an agricultural event, put up posters, got the 2 posters in John Paul's windows. But do you know what I mean? It's a really long sustained thing. It's not a kind of flash in the pan at the end.
Absolutely. And as you said, you started back in November. Leo Varadkar was leader in Taoiseach, and great minds think alike. And now Simon Harris. Do you think that leadership change has given? Did you notice a kind of a change in or a bounce around? As I said, local elections, they're very, very local. But did that make a difference?
Yeah, definitely. I saw. Yeah, absolutely, there was. So. I mean, people had respect, as I did, for Leo Varadkar as leader. But I think when Simon Harris came in, I know I don't want to say it's a cliche, new energy, but I think Simon Harris is very personable. I think he also came to Kilkenny, and he met loads of people, and that hadn't happened really under the previous leader. And I think he just engages with a different section of people. So when we were walking up and down the high street with, you know, Simon Harris, it's like being with Rihanna or someone. Do you know what I mean? There was a way more of kind of pop star effect that he had, and that's not to diminish at all his political capabilities, but he's very well known. He's got a very broad appeal, and I think the way he started making decisions very quickly and cracking down on things that needed to be done was kind of indicative of people saying, oh yeah, he actually does have the mettle to do this job really well.
Absolutely, and he was, you know, trying to communicate to that Fine Gael core-based law and order, agriculture. You know, he's put a lot of stock into that, and it looks like Fine Gael overall, they're going to have a decent election across the board. They're going to lose a couple of council seats, but it's not the wipeout that was previously predicted.
And interestingly, you could have, like I could have told you that on the doorsteps, because before the Sinn Féin collapse of the vote in the polls nationally, like you could just see that was happening on the doorsteps. So people were, you know, going to vote for candidates who they were engaged with. People were saying, you know, a lot of people who were, you know, getting on okay were saying like, well, I don't really want to rock the boat. In retrospect, okay, 1 or 2 things annoy me, but as a rule, this government has done very well. So, you know, we'll give them another chance.
Absolutely. High point of the campaign. Or your favourite memory of the campaign?
I met a man who lives near Jerpoint Abbey who has 100 parrots, and really exotic parakeets from all over the world. I met someone with 2 donkeys, and I matched them up with someone who wants 2 donkeys. There was a lot of really nice dogs I met. There were loads of amazing people I met. Interesting things like my daughter Freya, who had done a degree in politics, didn't think she would enjoy the electioneering at all, but she actually proposed to me at my convention. And she's also been out canvassing. She was in tallying this morning, but she's now, I would say, full on addicted to politics more than yourself, Paudie. But, you know, so things like that was very interesting. Blaze, my husband, got totally OCD about the posters. He's taking them down now with a new tool weapon he's invented.
Wow.
But he put them all up, and that would not have been, he kind of saw it as a military strategy campaign. So, but mainly actually, you know, Fine Gael people, like so many Fine Gael farmers, Fine Gael members, just coming out when they've done a full day's work, you know, and arriving out to canvass with you for another 5 hours. Like, that's kind of extraordinary when people put that kind of faith into you, you know.
100%. Well, Ára, thanks a million for taking the time to talk to us here in the Irish Political Roundup. You're not out of the race yet, but
let's call it still in the race.
Still in the race, yeah. We're kind of, you know, as they say, anything can happen, but we wish you the very best of luck for the rest of the.
That's brilliant.
the
Thank you very
count.
much, Paul. Thanks, Paudie. Shake hands with both of you.
Absolutely.
Hope you get a bit of the luck, rub of the luck.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And we're back here at the local election count here in Kilkenny. I'm delighted to be joined by outgoing Fine Gael councillor for the Castlecomer electorate area, John Brennan. John, you must be reasonably pleased with how you got on. It looks like you are going to be elected. Now it's a tally. We're still waiting on the first count, but you must be pleased with how you performed overall.
Yeah, I'm very pleased. Yeah, so it was a very good first preference vote. We still had to wait for the actual count to start, so we'll know more then. But certainly a very good start anyway.
And the Castlecomer electorate area, it's absolutely massive.
It is huge.
How do you go about canvassing it?
Well, I canvass. I go into as many houses as possible on a one-to-one basis, and I knock on the doors and I meet people and I talk to them. So I put in a good personal campaign over a long number of weeks.
And you've been on Kilkenny County Council since 1989. That's 35 years. That's a fair old amount of time.
I first stood for the local elections in 1985.
Okay.
And I was the first candidate to be eliminated.
Okay.
So I didn't forget that for a long time.
Exactly.
But then I helped get two candidates elected at the particular time. There were two sitting councillors, Tommy Coogan and Dick Brennan.
Yes.
And Tommy Coogan passed away in 1989. So the fact that I stood in 85 then, the party decided that I should be co-opted on in his place. So I've been elected ever since then.
Yeah, and I'm sure you can kind of, as you said, you ran in 1985, you're the first eliminated. I say you can kind of empathise with people who may have ran for the first time, who mightn't have done as well as they hoped.
Yeah, well, it's politics is a tough, hard game, and it's great to see people doing well, but you have to keep your thoughts there for people who may not be elected, who has done great service to their local community as well. And just like to say, wish them well, and that there is life, I suppose, after politics, but it's very hard when it happens to kind of come to terms with it and accept it too.
Absolutely. And Paddy, you know John very, very well, so it looks like John is going to retain his seat.
John, I actually don't know you very well. I'm Thomastown, but I was in Fine Gael for a number of years. I would know you through that. But the Fine Gael strategy in Castlecomer district, two candidates, it seemed to be the right one. I think another one would have split the vote. You might be struggling if you had done that. What do you reckon?
Well, yeah, I'd say, possibly that could have happened all right, yeah. It worked very well, actually, and Mary Hilda Kavanagh, obviously, 50 years service on the council, it's absolutely a tremendous achievement, but it did, it worked very well, so pleased enough about that,
I suppose hindsight's a great thing, isn't it? If you ran three and you were getting slated for it, you can't know until it happens, but...
well, we ran three the last time now, and it worked as well. We very nearly took the 3 seats actually the last time, but this time we had the 2 candidates. So I remember I stood the second last time, and I came in here and I had 600 number ones, and it looked as if I was gone, but people were sympathising with me. Sorry, you're not going to make. But suddenly, I had John Fitzpatrick, who was a candidate, a third candidate, and I got 300 straight number 2s from John, and that put me right back in the run again. So some of the lads were coming in and they were telling me I was Houdini, I was back in the race again. And
Lazarus.
I got elected then afterwards. So it's amazing, you never know for sure until when the first count is announced. Then you're waiting, if you don't get elected, you're waiting to reach the quota, which looks like it'll be around 1,250. So you're waiting on the second preference vote then to reach the quota. So that can be a very worrying time, because you're looking, if you don't get enough number 2s in the second count, you may not reach your quota.
Yeah. And another question in terms of strategy. Do you split the areas yourself and Mary Hilda, or do you go hell for leather and try to get as many votes off each other as you can and then both get elected? How do you do it? Because you after successfully keeping your seat for a combined, the two of you, for a combined 85 years.
Yeah.
How the hell do you do it?
Well, obviously, look at politics to me, like, you know, I work on a personal level to serve the people, like, you know, and I do deliver now. I'm not blowing myself up or anything, but like, unless you're doing the work on the ground, like on a continuous basis every day, and helping people and delivering, like, you know, you won't get elected. You really have to be working hard. But in relation to strategy at this particular time, what we had a meeting and what was said was, two candidates that you can go where you like.
All out warfare.
All out warfare, yeah.
And you'll shake hands at the end then.
Well,
we'll see how it goes.
We will. I tell you, like, you know, we have huge respect for one another. I mean, we're after working that line together. It's never my policy, to hold anything or grudges or anything. And politics is a blood sport, but at the end of the day, you forget about it, you shake hands, and you go on and you do the business you're elected to do, is to represent the needs of the people in the area.
But you know what? It's probably the only blood sport that the Green Party won't try to ban. We hope.
Well, yeah. Well, you could be right there.
I'm going to pass you back to Paul now, Johnny.
Yeah. Well, John, we'd like to say thanks for taking the time to talk here on the Irish Political Roundup.
I'd just like to say,
yes,
like, you know, I'll be waiting for a while for the final result, but I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank, first of all, my family for my rock. Like, you know, politics is a hard, tough time on families because you spend a lot of time away from your families, and they support you, and without the support of your family, you just wouldn't be able to do it.
Yep.
And you have to have a very patient wife to be able to be there and support you. And I'd like to thank my wife Catherine, my son Daniel, and my daughter Sarah for all the help and support that they give me. And then finally, I'd like to thank all the people who stood so loyally behind me and give me such tremendous support and put so much faith and confidence in me. And I hope if I am elected, I'll be able to repay that confidence and work for the community.
Councillor John Brennan, congratulations, the very best of luck.
Thanks very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you.
and you're very welcome back to our YouTube live coverage of the local election count here in Kilkenny. I'm joined by father-son team of David Kennedy of Sinn Féin and his son Jack. David, you lost your seat in 2019. You're going at it again. 522 votes on the first count. How are you feeling?
Well, it looks like I'm not going to retake the seat, Paul, unfortunately. But our other candidate there is in a good position, a nice position. She's ahead there by, I think, about 40 votes, Stephanie. So hopefully my transfers from when I get eliminated will get her over the line, and at least we'll hold some seat. Listen, it's a bad day, you know.
Yeah, it has been a very...
Whatever we do, I don't know. The doors are positive. We still have good candidates out there, but we just can't seem to get the local election vote out. It seems to be completely different in a general election, where it seems that we run candidates and we can get votes left, right and centre. But when it comes to the local elections, we just can't seem to get them, unfortunately.
Is that because you're up against very, very established names, or is it kind of people go what they know, or have you given that any thought?
Sure, listen, the turnout doesn't help when you only have 49-50%, and it's as simple as that. Like, we try to canvass as much as we can, but if you're going out country roads and stuff like that, it's time consuming, and the majority of them people are voting for the bigger established parties, and they go out and vote, and we're left sitting here saying, how do we improve this? How do we get the vote out? But there's only, in reality, Paul, there's only a certain amount we can do. We can only do the work we can do and get judged on and hopefully get elected on. But it's tough in days like this. But listen, we'll rock on and we'll keep going.
Exactly. And my colleague Paddy is waiting there very, very patiently, so I'll let you come in there.
As per usual. David, why Sinn Féin? Because now again, I'm only trying to do something different. But your father was apparently a great Fianna Fáil man. I know my family, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, there's all different sides. What made you decide not to follow his footsteps and go your own way, if you don't mind me asking?
No, but my other side of the family are all Republican. See, it's what you don't know and what you do know. Like my parents' side will be Republican, all her side. Listen, I want United Ireland. In time it will come. When it comes, we don't know. But I would love to see United Ireland. We're going back in time now. My late father has passed away now, but we would also have arguments about a United Ireland. And the one thing that I always remarked whilst growing up, that I never heard of my father talking about a United Ireland. And what I used to call him, and I used to call him all the time, was a 26 county Republican. You know, they didn't mind about the North. They wanted their own. And listen, history is great. We all know our history, and stuff went on that shouldn't have went on. And you know, we all have to say things like that. That stuff went on that shouldn't have went on. But I always wanted to unite, and I still want to unite Ireland. And I think we're on the right route. But it's going to take time. I don't want a situation like Brexit where it's just forced upon us and it's done completely and utterly wrong. We have to have, in my opinion, a 10-year plan onto something like this, that we have a roadmap of how we can do it. And listen, we have up and close 1 million unionists that'll disagree with what I'm saying, but we'll have to try to bring them on board. So stuff like that is how I would have got involved. And listen, Paddy, I'm not going to shock you when I tell you this. If I had to put my name on a ticket, on a Fianna Fáil ticket 10 years ago, I'd have never been elected to councillor. I'd have never got on the ticket because, as you said, my father was but he was a worker for Fianna Fáil. And in my opinion, he would have been a great councillor because he was that kind of man. But at them times, and to a certain extent it still is, it's who we are within a party. I always found, my good friend Kathleen Function, who I know with 20 years, I've always got on well with her, I've worked well with her. She asked me to run many, many years ago, and I didn't hesitate. And listen, we've had one good election and 2 bad elections. And it seems, to what I went back on there with Paul, we seem to be able to get a good vote in a national election. But it's just so hard when you're competing against the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gaels and stuff like that in a local election. But we try. Listen, we have to keep trying. We have to put forward, and we've put forward good young candidates this time. And whilst they've not got elected, they've got a good profile. You know, like we have Natasha Newsom-Drennan, or first time running, who took out a nice vote out with a two-candidate policy in the south. She's took out a good vote.
So to interject, really the answer to the question is ideology. You believe in the Sinn Féin ideology. That's
Listen,
you're a Sinn Féin member because of the Sinn Féin ideology.
Listen, every party has to have some belief, and you and I know there's a lot of lads running for different parties who don't give a rat's about anything.
Tuppenny.
Yeah, they'll do it for their own belief. And trust me when I tell you this: if you get elected as a councillor, you're not in it for the money, because you get paid very little, and you get a hell of a lot of abuse for it. And what I found lately regarding politics, it's very toxic. It's gone so toxic. And like, if you put something up online, you're hammered on it. Whether you
I saw that on your page.
Yeah, myself and you, Paddy, go back years. We'll disagree, we'll agree, but we'll be friends at the end of it. Some of this stuff is pure vile.
I gave you number 2, David.
And I appreciate that, and I do, and you know I do. But what I would say about, we're trying to, and listen, I'm all in favour of gender balance. I love seeing women running alongside men, because it's good for everyone, you know, it's good for everyone. But why in the Lord's name would you try to convince a girl to run while they're open to be abused more than the male? And they are.
I wouldn't convince anyone to run. I think it's a horrible job.
Oh, it is, and it's a job. Listen, I got when I was a councillor for 5 years, I got great satisfaction of it. I absolutely loved it, and I did. And as I said, you're not doing it for the money, because you get paid very little at. But it's the small things. It's the helping the elderly person get a bathroom grant, stuff like that. Getting your potholes fixed. That's what local politics is to me. And I know we all say local politics is everywhere in the Dáil, which it shouldn't be. I always maintain that if you're elected as a TD, you do legislation. You shouldn't have to be ringing the council about, I want a road tarred in Thomastown, or I want it in Steeg. That's what your council said for. And there is an argument to give more power to the local authorities, legislation-wise. Go back to the old days. Let them have a bit more freedom on how they raise finances. If you think, listen, we're hashtagging debates here that should have been said before the election, but like, there is no way for local authorities, bar parking and commercial rates that are set in Dublin anyway. So, listen, as you said, all politics is low. I think I said all politics is open, but that's why I got involved in it. So,
thanks, David. Now, a question for this man. Yeah. What's your name?
Jack.
Jack, what do you do?
As unofficial campaign manager.
Hey, good man.
I didn't get elected, so it might be a good time.
You've been fired.
Yeah.
What did you think of the campaign, Jack? Is it your first campaign, presumably?
Yes, my first campaign, and I love it all. It's brilliant.
And you line up on a run now yourself?
Hopefully, yeah.
The Kennedy dynasty starts here.
Yeah.
No, and what I would say, he's been brilliant. He's out with me every night canvassing. He was now, in fairness to him. And listen, like all political parties, and I can only talk for us, and I can talk for the few I've talked to, it's getting even so hard to get lads to canvass. Now, we were working with 4 or 5 people, and that was it. We canvassed what we thought we could get out of it, but obviously it didn't work. But that's politics, you know. You take a good, like in 2014, we had a good result, 19 a bad result. Isn't it? It's not so bad this time, because it looks like we're in the shout for a seat here. It
looks like it might be the only seat in Kilkenny.
Yeah, I still wouldn't write off. Listen, we're a bit flummoxed here with the Comer boxes, because you were here at the start of the morning, the tallies are absolutely atrocious. So there is boxes missing. Whether they will affect us in a good way or effective, I have a feeling it could affect us in a bad way, because there would have been areas that possibly Dennis wouldn't be that strong in. I still wouldn't write off Natasha. There's a bit there. She has a good first preference vote. Listen, these
with a running mate behind her.
Yeah, these are long shots now, you know what I mean? Like, even if she was to take 60% of her running mates' number 2s, there's still a long...
Everything needs to go right.
And it does. And what we did notice now, because we were kind of looking at him, and I found it very strange, really strange, the amount of number 2s she was getting off Pat Dunphy. Okay. And I actually said, excuse me language, I said, that's a bit strange. She was getting a solid amount of number 2s. Now, listen, it's not going to be anyway substantial to get her elected, but it'll just show that Pat was probably getting And as Pat does, and you know Pat long enough, he gets votes everywhere. So he was taking what we would call solid Sinn Féin votes as number one.
He's like a Dyson.
Yeah, he hoovers up everything, doesn't he? There's a few of them there. And again, we look at Joe Sheridan. Joe's a lovely man. Again, I'm brilliant with Joe. What a great campaign, like.
He did you and a lot of others damage.
Oh, 100%. Like, there was boxes in October there where I thought, well, listen, first of all, I did well. But I lost vote to him, like. And I'm in the position that I could not lose any of my own vote, which I did, unfortunately, even my home box in Ballyhale, which I took out a massive vote out, but I still lost votes. And that stuff, you know, Paddy, when it comes to local elections, 20 votes is a lot to be losing. You know, like in 2014, we lost a candidate up in Homer by, I think, 9 votes. You know, 9 votes doesn't sound a lot, but if you're going looking for him, it's a hell of a lot to get. Like, it's just, and you don't find him. No matter what the talliers tell you, you just don't find him. And in the end of that campaign, when we were retallying her votes, we actually missed out on 3 more, so we actually lost by 12. You know, so in a local election, as you know, every box and every vote is good. But the one thing I will say, and you know this, the one thing you realise about politics, especially about locally, there's a hell of a lot of liars on the doors. You know?
I was saying this earlier. My cousin canvassed Greg the man in 2016, and we came out thinking he was going to top the poll in the general election. And we met Pat McKee at the council centre Sunday morning or Saturday morning. We're like, how do you on, Pat? Fantastic. Got a great reception in Greg. And we just went, oh God.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And listen, that's politics. When you sign up to it, you sign up to that kind of stuff, that you have good days, you have bad days. But we have to roll the dice. Like in 2020, we were accused of not running enough candidates, you know. And then I hear people saying there now, oh, Sinn Féin have ran too many. But like, can't win. Yeah, and I understand that, Paul, a certain degree. But if we had only run, say, if I only ran in Callan-Thomastown again, I'd have been still struggling, because I wouldn't have got the vote Stephanie got out of Callan. So we would have still been down. Listen, and it is good in one way. It's not good for me, because obviously I'm not getting elected. But listen, I survive. I've been around long enough. I have a tick out neck of me.
And you'll be around a lot longer.
Well, I don't know. I have a funny feeling I won't be running again. And that's just my own opinion. You know, listen, I've ran 3 now. I've won 1, lost 2. I think there's no point going for a third one. And listen, there's younger people coming back too. But it goes back to the point. We just can't put people in just for the sake of running people. Now, nationally, the party, you have to sit down and have a look, and you know.
I'm sorry to check, but poor Michael Doyle looks fierce lonely over there. He's waiting to get in.
I'll even go, lads. No bother. Thanks very much.
David, pleasure.
No bother. Thanks very much.
Well done. Jack, well done. Fair play.
And I'm delighted to be joined by Michael Doyle, who is the sitting Fine Gael councillor in the Callan-Thomastown area. Michael, you must be very pleased with the tally results so far. We should have a first count at Callan-Thomastown in the next 15 minutes. So, but by all indications, it's looking like you're going to get back.
Yeah, absolutely. Delighted, I suppose, with the tally results anyway. And if they pan out, it's looking good in relation to holding on to the seat anyways, which was obviously delighted with, yeah.
And it's a big constituency. You you had to work kind of very clever to kind of divide it up, because there's no way the three of you could have covered it in its entirety.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a huge consistency. From my point of view, I'm kind of down on the end of it. So, I mean, the ferry bridge is 5 miles away from me, and it's right up again New Ross, and that goes all the way up to Kilkenny City.
Yeah.
Graignamanagh is to the right of me, and it goes which is bordering with Carlow, and it goes all the way over to Callan-Thomastown, which is bordering with Tipperary. So it's a massive constituency. If you don't concentrate on a certain area around you, you could get swallowed up and not make the impact that you should.
And I know local elections, they're very, very local. It's about the work you do on your ground in your local area. There's a lot of people that would vote for you. They'd vote for you in a local election, but general election could be a totally different ballgame. Did the change of leadership in Fine Gael make a difference?
For me, absolutely, yeah. Simon Harris, I suppose, I think he brought an energy to it. The one thing that I would say is we on the ground as councillors kind of felt a little bit disconnected with the urban-rural thing, or if that's there or whatever, but that's what we felt. But immediately once Simon was Taoiseach, there was a WhatsApp set up, and his head advisor was added to that straight away.
Okay.
So he knew exactly what the issues were on the ground.
Right.
So we were bringing straight to the top level what the people were thinking on the ground,
Right,
and he was able to react to that, and I think that's massive.
That's really good. And when you think in Inistee, this problem is kind of, unique to me, but then you see, well, some in Tipperary, Wexford, in bits of Dublin, you think, well, that is starting to, then you realise when something like that, you're not on your own.
No, absolutely, yeah. That WhatsApp group is it encompasses a huge area, so I mean, it gives an overall view of what, I suppose, not what Fine Gael are thinking, but it's like, if I was dependent on the Fine Gael vote, I'd be under pressure. I need a variety of people to vote for me.
You need a Michael Doyle vote.
Absolutely. So to give that feedback to the leader of your country is hugely important, and I think it's brilliant.
Absolutely. And, Fine Gael, there's going to be changes in this constituency at the next election. You have John Paul Phelan stepping down. You have Phil Hogan, who was the EU Commissioner. Do you think you could see Phil Hogan maybe making a comeback? Is that possible, or do you think a new candidate is going to emerge for Fine Gael at the next general election here in Kilkenny?
Yeah, to be fair, I suppose John Paul has served the county for a long time now at this stage, and as councillor, senator and TD, and has been excellent. Really good friend of mine. Went to school with him. We grew up together, won Leinster final together. To be fair, but
soldier together.
Absolutely, and but I suppose change will happen.
Yeah.
Would I like to see Phil Hogan back? Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think he would be unbelievable for the county.
Yeah.
He's a huge loss, unfairly treated by both government parties, I thought, at the time. I know it was during COVID and stuff, but definitely we had the highest position ever held by an Irish commissioner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And our own had to...
Which was so important with the whole Brexit negotiation.
Had to knock him, and it was hugely important. So, but at the end of the day, I'd say Phil Day is done with politics, and there will be change.
Apologies. Okay, so I'll pass you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning.
Well, Michael, I deliberately waited till you had a point in it before I asked you over. So, which is probably where you gave the answer about Phil like that, though. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, no.
I'm joking. Strategically, there's few like him.
No, absolutely. He is a unique man. To be fair, if you look at Phil Hogan's record, when there was absolutely no money in Kilkenny or in the country, Phil Hogan delivered, and people recognise when you're able to deliver. When back in the downturn, say 07, 08, 09, Phil Hogan was able to keep the barracks open in Kilkenny, get an extension to Kilkenny Hospital, and provide that's absolutely massive to the people of Kilkenny. That's delivered. So
I firmly believe had he stayed as in Ireland, I think the ring road that we keep talking about in Kilkenny, I'd say the money would have been secured for that.
Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. I mean, there was a lot of political hullabaloo about the ring road. I mean, a lot of people spoke about funding for the ring road and protested against the ring road within the city. They're elected in positions now and are in high positions in government now. And when it came to it, they haven't delivered. And so that question is
needs to be asked.
Who delivers? Phil Hogan delivered. Why aren't others?
It would be difficult to see Phil come back to electoral politics after having claimed such a high position in Europe. It's nearly a demotion to go back to backbench TD, or even like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, listen, hypothetically speaking, if Phil put his hat in the ring, he would be elected.
100%, but it's a hypothetical.
Yeah, and it's unlikely. It's unlikely that he's going to get there or going to put his hat in the ring. But the reality is, the country needs politicians like Phil Hogan. They're direct. They make the call and they get on with it. And it's all about delivering. And Phil Hogan delivers.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, yeah, no. You're in the council 10 years.
Yeah.
I've asked everyone is, what has been the highlight so far?
There has been a few highlights, to be fair. I think one of the biggest things that I would say was in relation to rural investment. A lot of our work in the council, and it's something that we need to sit down as a council and discuss, is there is a substantial amount of funding being spent in the city. And I granted it's a marquee place, and it has to be marketed and invested in. But if you take a place like Graignamanagh, a rural place, or a place like Innisteague, a rural place, Thomastown, all those areas, if you invest in those areas, it's massive. Get proper investment in rural areas is huge. Graignamanagh has got proper investment, so they've targeted they have a hub down there now, and that whole area in Graignamanagh has absolutely exploded. And I quote Chap Cleere in this. To be fair, it's like the Ibiza of Ireland. It is actually taken a whole new level altogether. So rural investment works. We need to invest in our rural towns and villages because they are struggling, but we need investment.
Pass you back to Paul there now. Michael's getting heavy.
Well, Michael, thanks a million for taking the time out to talk to us here in the Irish Political Roundup. There should be the first count of the Callan-Thomastown area in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we wish you every success for that. And thanks a million for having a chat with us here.
Thanks, Paul.
You're very welcome.
Gentlemen, this is the result of the count one for the Callan-Thomastown local electoral area. The electorate is 20,510. Total poll was 11,032. Invalid ballot papers 215. Ballot poll 10,817. Number of seats to be filled 6. Quota is 1,546. Following is the result of count one. Cleere, Peter Chap, Fianna Fáil, 2,057, 2057. Collins, Deirdre, Fianna Fáil, 1,208, 1208. Doheny, Stephanie, Sinn Féin, 862, 862. Doyle, Christina, Green Party, 394, 394. Doyle, Michael, Fine Gael, 1,342, 1342. Kelly, Orla, Fine Gael, 814, 814. Kennedy, David, Sinn Féin, 531, 531. Lyons, Joe, Fine Gael, 1,621. One, 621. Sheridan, Joe, Fianna Fáil, 1,983. One, 988. As the votes of Peter Chap Cleere, Joe Sheridan, Joe Lyons, exceed quota, I deem them to be elected.
You want to see if
And we're delighted to be joined by newly re-elected Councillor Joe Lyons. Congratulations on being re-elected on the first count with a total of
quick one then. I was asking everyone, highlight of your last 5 years of the council, what was your one moment of hard to play again?
some of the things that I brought to the doors, and I think kind of, I think I touched there.
A big boost.
Unbelievable. Like, I've been good friends with Bat over 20 years. And we've worked together probably for 15 years on different committees, on different projects. And I've learned a lot from Matt, a huge amount. And like, I'm very proud to say that Matt is one of my best friends. And Matt kind of came along this journey with me from the very, very beginning and canvassed hard with me and pushed me and kept the pressure on me, to be honest with you. And I think a lot of that is true to Matt. And I'm glad. I tell you, if
He just walked past you there.
I did it, right. Well, I suppose, and I mean this, I didn't just win this seat for myself. I feel I also won it for Matt, and I'd like to continue and look after the people Matt did.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning, so brace yourself, as they say.
I don't know what you mean. Joe, there won't be I was going to say there won't be a pint pulled in a snag tonight, but there definitely will be.
Well, there will be plenty of points around Stoney. Yeah, sure. Look, I'm surrounded by pubs. My uncle Donald, he's the pubman in a snag, and then my sister married Fred Malzert. They have the pub in Stoneyford, and all of them as well, and done so much for me as well.
There'll be an after. Where's the after party tonight?
Sure, look, I might have to call into Donny's and I'll have to go over to Stoney as well.
It'd be rude not to, wouldn't it?
It would, and of course I'll have to, well, maybe not tonight, but I'll have to call up to CJ Delaney's and Kells, and there's a few other places as well. 100%. I have to go to Donegal and Kilkenny and Hogginstown, and
there won't be a cow milk for a month, I'd say.
No, look, I like to get around. They're all good people, and I'd like to support them all as much as I could,
Surplus of 411 votes, phenomenal, especially on the first count. Where do you reckon it's going to go?
Do you know, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I was surprised. I was looking at, just briefly looking at number twos, and they're being spread. They're not so much. They may not all follow party. They're kind of be spread, but sure, look.
You'd imagine David Kennedy will get a few off you now.
Well, he certainly will. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. But I suppose, look, if you look at it, I suppose with Chap and myself, there's a lot of surplus votes between the two of us. I'm not sure.
It's about 900.
900. I mean, it's
over
huge.
900.
Yeah. So look, you'd have to say Deirdre Cullen is going to get a large amount of that. Like Deirdre, in fairness to Deirdre's only down the road from me. We're quite close. She's in Bennettsbridge. I'm in Kells. So look, I thought she did a great job as well. Like Chap is on one side, I'm on the other side. So I think Deirdre will get a good few. But having said that, Stephanie Doheney's in Callan. I got a good few votes in Callan, and the Doheney family. They're a family that I would know all of them. Very, very well. Very good friends with all of the Doheneys, and you wouldn't know. Stephanie could get some of them as well. Who knows? It's all to play for.
Could go anywhere.
Could go anywhere.
It will go everywhere.
They will, of course. Yeah. So look, for me, I suppose number one. It's all about number ones really getting over that line. But you just don't know. Ára Kelly as well, strong candidate there as well. She's up there. I don't know, is she around?
She's higher than the tallies had her at.
She is indeed. She is.
She's at 814, so she has she has 64 votes more than the tallies suggest.
She did, and she canvassed very well, and she was very good at the doors, and people did relate to her. And I think Orla. It's hard to say. I think it's going to be spread, but I suppose if you thought who's going to favour it, I would say Deirdre Cullen would have to get, because she's probably going to get it from both sides, Yeah.
It helps that she's the last Fianna Fáil candidate in it. Like, you're not taking votes from Chap.
Absolutely not. And look, I suppose as from Fianna Fáil point of view, the idea is to bring in the three candidates.
It's looking good. It looks like you have over 5,000 votes in this district.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, it's
phenomenal. Incredible. Yeah. It's absolutely incredible. So look, I suppose for me, I'm knocking around different commissions for over 30 years, and which has helped. And my family, I suppose, my mum and dad, they always were hugely involved in the community, as my sister. So that helps as well. You know what I mean? So
Marie cut my granny's hair for years.
There you are, and Breeda's hairdressing down in Stoney, and the pubs and whatever else. So yeah, look, everything helped. You know what I mean? It might be only 40, 50 votes here and there, but they all add up.
Councillor Joe Sheridan, fair play to you.
Yeah, sure. Look, I think tomorrow morning I'll wake up and
have a sore head.
Maybe, but I kept off the drink so far, but I'll have a few tonight, yeah. I certainly will celebrate with all the folks that helped me along the way, you know. So, look, it's been great journey, and hope to, do the trick when it gets to the council, do whatever I can. That's the end game. It's only starts now, to be honest with you, you know.
Well done. I'll pass you back to Paul.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Councillor Joe Sheridan,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Thanks very much.
And we wish you every success on your time in Kilkenny
Brilliant, fantastic.
County Council, and well done.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. Fair play. Thanks, guys.
So, and
go and make a show of it.
next victim. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad, not too bad.
Good, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Was it 2057?
Surplus 511.
Yeah.
Take that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm now delighted to be joined by the newly re-elected Fianna Fáil councillor for the Callan-Thomastown area, Peter Chap, Cleere, who got a first preference vote of 2,057 votes with a surplus, that giving you a surplus of 511. God, Chap, that's some result.
Yeah, look, it's absolutely fantastic. I'm absolutely blown away. I'm delighted. I'm very humbled, and I'm very grateful for all the support that I got. And look, I said to you, it's been a long old road, but it's lovely to come out the right side this evening, and to be elected in with the likes of Joe who beside me just gone, and Joe getting a tremendous vote as well. And it's great. It's a great day. Great day.
Absolutely, and with the great vote yourself and Joe Sheridan has got, it should more than likely get Deirdre Cullen over the line as well. So you're going to retain the 3 seats, looks like. So obviously that was the goal at the start.
Absolutely, and we were, I suppose, strategically, we had a very good plan in terms of the areas. We were well spread out. Joe was on the Callan side, Deirdre in the middle, and me on the far side. So it worked out very, very well that way. But look, the reality is our communities come out and supported us, and look, we have to be very grateful and very humble for that. I think there's probably 1,000 transfers between me and Joe to be distributed. So it's going to be very interesting to see where they go. I know Deirdre will get a nice chunk of those as a Fianna Fáil candidate, but Michael Doyle will get a nice chunk too, and perhaps Claire Doherty as well up in Callan. So we're very interested to see where they go, because geography could play a big part of that. But I suppose when 1,000 votes are redistributed.
And when you were knocking on doors, Chap, what were the big issues coming up?
Well, I suppose the big issue was people wanted to make sure that they maintain their local presence, their local voice, and the reality is if you don't have somebody that's going to fight your corner, you're up against it straight away. So I got a huge support locally from people who wanted to retain a voice on Kilkenny County Council, locally, number one. I suppose the issues then locally is fairly straightforward. You're talking about footpaths and lighting and playgrounds and amenities and funding for sports groups, etc. But there was some national issues come up too. Migration was a big issue on the doors, and the lack of a strategic or coherent policy at national government. But in fairness to the general public and the Kilkenny people, they definitely separated the national issues from local. They definitely made their feelings known in terms of the national side, but they were also prepared to back local too. I think that's a great testament to the people of Kilkenny.
Absolutely, because if you're in an area and you don't have a councillor, it can be very, very hard to get those resources that you need to improve your area. So, voting local, it does count.
It does, and the I suppose electoral area is so big. You're going from the ferry bridge in New Ross the whole way over to Kilkenny and Windup on the Tipperary border into Fuchstown Church down to Ballyhale and October. So it's absolutely massive, huge electoral area. But look, as I said to you, geography plays a part, and then I suppose those that are involved in their communities and heavily involved in their communities tend to do quite well in local elections as well.
Absolutely. I'm going to pass you over to my colleague, Paddy Manning, and I kind of have an idea where he's going to be going. So.
I actually have no idea where I go with this. I've already grilled you about the general election. I'm not going to do it anymore, all right? Chap, this is your third election now. You've been elected 3 times in a row. You ran first in 2014. How did that come about? Who asked you to run?
Yeah, I suppose it was interesting because my daughter, my second eldest daughter, was born prematurely, and she was 6 weeks early. So when we finally got her home, I wanted to do something for charity, and I didn't know what to do, and she was in hospital for 26 days. So I looked at skydive and all these sort of things, and then a marathon was 26 miles. I said to do a mile for every day she was in hospital. So that was around November 2011, I think. And around the time, you might recall, the country was in a very difficult, remember 2010, country in a difficult position, And when I was running the roads training for the marathon, I saw all these posters up of all these candidates that were running in the general election. I think it was in February of that year, while I was training for the marathon. And just as I was on these long runs, I was looking at these posters thinking, well, if I really want to do something, or I really want to make an impact or help my community and my family, there's no point just sitting on the ditch. I need to get involved. So that was where the trigger came into me. And I suppose the next election after that was the local election 2014. And we were very fortunate to get elected that time in a very, I think, Kilkenny City East. It was a dogfight, about 20 candidates in at the time. Half the city, half rural. I think I came in second that one, which was great. And obviously then the Callan-Thomastown area last time, and there was no change this time around as well. So it's good.
And again, back to 2014, why Fianna Fáil at the time? Were you a common member?
Yeah, no, my family were always Fianna Fáil supporters and had been for years, generations. So we always voted Fianna Fáil. But I suppose, look, the reality is Fianna Fáil were recruiting as well at the time. They'd just been through a massive change. I think we went down to 20 TDs, and it wasn't the most attractive party in the world at the time. But I suppose it was where my allegiance was. I was staunch Republican, and I suppose just a natural fit. And then so a combination of opportunity and a combination of my natural allegiance, and I suppose the history of where I'm from, Castlecomer, Tom Walsh would have been Minister for Agriculture in 1950, so there's a real strong Fianna Fáil family in Castlecomer. So
The local pitch is named after, is that right?
Correct.
I learned that from Miss Wems in Skok. She told me that.
Yeah, they did a project on Tom Welsh recently, and he's buried in Skok as well, and all his family descendants are still there. But that's, I suppose, where the Fianna Fáil. He was a minister, as I said, and sure the Tom Welsh Cup, the Senior Hurling Championship, Kilkenny's called after him as well. So I suppose it's within that I was deep rooted in the Fianna Fáil side of things. So became a member then and got an opportunity and haven't looked back since.
And yeah, it's 3 elections. The 4th one, we know which one that'll be.
Yeah, sure. Look, we as I said, we're going to really enjoy today. Got a great vote. Super humbled by the support, and we'll just take a step back for the next couple of days now and just reflect on it all and see what happens then.
Of course, you have the small matter of managing a Kilkenny camogie team. You drew with Waterford today. How are you seeing things going forward in the next couple of months with the camogie team?
Yeah, we've a really good squad assembled, a really good panel. It wasn't our best performance today, but I suppose it was the 6th game in 6 weeks in a row. We come up a little bit short in terms of getting the victory, but we showed huge resilience and huge determination to stay in that game when we weren't firing on all cylinders. I said we were 2 or 3 points down with 5 minutes to go, and we went a point up, a minute into injury time, and look, Waterford came back on an equaliser then as well. So look, we're not in a bad place. We just need to, I suppose, reset, refocus. We've 2 weeks of a break now to the Derry match, and we'll go all guns blazing for that and see how we're fixed then going to the Tipperary match the following week.
Well, Peter Chap, Cleere, congratulations on being re-elected with such a massive vote, and we wish you every success in the new term on Kilkenny County Council.
Well, thanks, mate. Paddy.
See you back here for next year.
Talking, so that those are the 3 elected councillors in the Callan-Thomastown electoral area. Paddy, there were 3 boys elected on the first county: Peter Chap, Cleere, Joe Sheridan, and Joe Lyne. So 50% of the seats in Callan-Thomastown are now filled.
Correct. And I'd imagine the 511 votes from the surplus of Peter Chap Cleere will determine the 4th seat. And I'd imagine Michael Doyle will be very close to passing the line after the next count.
Absolutely. So that's all from us now. We're hoping that it will be a count for Piltown. So please do stay tuned.
Hello, I'm just giving a live update. We have just been informed that we will have an update on the Piltown constituency at 10:30. So do stay tuned.
And I'm delighted now to be joined by current Fine Gael TD for Carlow Kilkenny, John Paul Phelan. John Paul, we've just had the result of the Callan-Thomastown election, and your colleague Joe Lyons elected on the first count with a surplus of about 72 votes. Fantastic result for Joe Lyons.
Fantastic result. He's been a very hard-working councillor since, since we first asked him to stand, I suppose, nearly 6 years ago now. And Callan is a place that's grown so much in population and is going to grow so much more. So Joe has been very active and has gotten his reward in the ballot box today.
And from the other tallies that we're seeing, your colleagues Mary Hilda Kavanagh, John Brennan, they look like they're going to be elected. Your colleague David Fitzgerald looks like he's going to hold his seat. Martin Brett, on the tallies, it's looking quite difficult there. And your colleagues, Pat Dunphy, going to get a fantastic vote in Piltown. We'll probably get a result of the first count shortly, and Fidel Doherty. So overall, Fine Gael have done good in Kilkenny.
Yeah, our vote largely steady in the three kind of rural districts. I think actually marginally up and up by a bit in South Kilkenny in the Piltown district. But Kilkenny City, we've dipped a little bit. Yeah. And you're right. Like Martin Brett will get the most transfers of any candidate running in any district in Kilkenny in this election, because everybody in Kilkenny City seems to give him a scratch somewhere along the line. So I never say never, but I mean it's looking like an uphill struggle. But I've seen stranger things happen. Ára Kelly is 30 votes behind the lead Sinn Féin candidate on the first count, but there's nearly 1,500 transfers from the other government parties, Fianna Fáil surpluses and Green Party votes. Now I know there's 500 of the Sinn Féin vote to be distributed as well, but I mean she's not out of the race at all. It'd be great if she could pull that off.
Exactly. So 3 seats in Callan-Thomastown. It's not beyond the bounds of a possibility.
No, it's not beyond the bounds. I mean, obviously Fianna Fáil have had an extraordinary result there. I mean, Joe Sheridan, first-time candidate, 1,900 votes. It's an incredible result. I mean, one of the highest votes. Like, if you take Pat Fitzpatrick, who's going to get 2,000 odd votes. Chap, Cleere, 2,000 odd votes. Pat Dunphy, 1,900 or so votes. Like, these are people who've been councillors for several terms. But for a first-time candidate, that's a huge vote to get.
Matt Doran really pulled all the stops to get Joe elected.
He did, and I was just talking to a friend of mine there, former councillor Philip Brennan from Dunnamaggin, who told me that Joe Sheridan was in his yard 3 times.
Wow.
Canvassing during the election, and obviously that was reflected in the ballot box as well.
100%. And overall, from the national picture, the Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, they seem to be doing okay. Sinn Féin, it's been poor enough election. Some people say it's a bit of a surprise, but what do you put this all down to? Has the change in leadership in Fine Gael with Simon Harris, it's obviously had an impact?
It's had a big impact. Look, if 2 months ago, we wouldn't be looking at as good a result today for Fine Gael nationally as we are now. It's kind of a sad thing to say in a way, but I mean, Leo Varadkar actually said it on TV this morning himself. There has been a lift, but even beyond that, Simon Harris's energy, his touring in the country, his empathy and willingness to just meet with people. It's hard to beat that in any political leader. Exactly. And it's reflected, I think, a bit in the Sinn Féin slump. Now, Mary Lou has had her health issues, I suppose, in fairness to her, but there's a lot of discontent kind of in the ranks that I've noticed in the last, even in the last few days of the election itself. But also, I think that they ran too many. If you look at Kilkenny City, 3 candidates where they didn't have a seat. Ridiculous strategy, really. Same is going to happen in Tullow, in Carlow. No seat outgoing, 3 candidates, no seat returned more than likely. So you can't. It's kind of basic mistake.
Absolutely. I'm going to actually pass you on to my colleague, a very serious journalist, Paddy, man.
Yes. I tell you, Phelan, if that heart attack hadn't ended your career, I would have. We said in 2020 Sinn Féin didn't run enough candidates, and now it seems they ran too many.
No, but they did. Like there's a halfway house between running 1 candidate and running 3 candidates. Is running 2 candidates, and if they ran 2, certainly in Tullow and possibly in Kilkenny City, although it's more of a long shot, they would have won seats. So I think they went from too restricted to too expansive, because while they were polling very well, the results or what was being shown in opinion polls had never happened at the ballot box. And there is a difference. And what's becoming increasingly obvious to me is that polling outside of elections in Ireland is becoming more and more meaningless. You know, 37%, were Sinn Féin really ever at 37%? Because we're so far away from an election actually happening.
They're definitely on 37% today.
Sinn Féin?
They're definitely not, I said.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said they definitely were, Paddy. I was, even by your mathematics, I was wondering where yeah. No, they're definitely not. And what is Fianna Fáil holding up? Like, I was just looking across Carlow, like, because this is Carlow, Kilkenny constituency. Fianna Fáil are going to lose a seat in Carlow. We might gain a seat overall. In Kilkenny, we're going to lose a seat probably. Second one doubt for Fianna Fáil are going to lose a seat, probably. So, like, it's kind of steady as she goes, pretty much.
Would you have taken this result 6 months ago?
Taking your arm and all, I would.
You can't have that. You politicians are taking enough for us.
No, I mean, it's very, like, I'm happy for, I'd be very personally sad. I mean, I cried in the Count Centre once, not because of my own elections, but the late Andy Cottrell, who you knew as well, and you knew Paul too, from Innisteag, lost his council seat in 2004 because his running mate got too many votes. And there wasn't a strategy behind trying to balance the vote. And I would really be upset personally if Martin Brett loses today. I hope, look, we don't know yet. We haven't had any counts from Kilkenny City. We're going on tallies. But he's just such a lovely man, you know. That's, you know, I've made a lot of friends in politics, even across parties. And
You made a few enemies too.
I did. I saw them all off though.
You nearly didn't.
Nearly never milked the cow, Paddy. No, I look at. I didn't come in until now, or whatever time it is now, after 9 o'clock, nearly 10 o'clock, I'm sure, because I know I've been at counts for 25 years. 25 years ago this month, I was elected as a bright young 20-year-old.
What happened to you?
Middle age, just landed a few years ago, but. Like, I remember my first general election count in 2007 in Thomastown, where I was being elected you were probably there. That was when you were voting for somebody else.
I voted for John McGuinness that time. And I actually actively campaigned against it. I was just like Sid Hogan.
Yeah. But, steady. I was being elected all day, and I was passed on the 13 count by Mary White at 2 o'clock in the morning. Haven't been there since 8:30. So physically I didn't recover from that for long. So I just decided today now, I was getting the tallies on the phones. You know, it's really only now the business end of the election is happening.
100%. And you said you were here 25 years. It's a long time.
It's long enough.
You were in council, you were in the Shannon, you were in Dáil, you were Minister of State. Out of 25 years, I've said to everyone today about their highlight. What was your